Hey, thanks for clicking on the video. This is another episode of SNTR Gaming News. This is a daily talk show Monday through Friday in the mornings talking about Halo Infinite release date, sort of the expectations we can have. We're going to have a variety of subjects that we will cover over the course of this video. Usually right in the beginning I have a 4-minute segment for you, so if you clicked on this as a past broadcast, that's usually a nice little 4-minute summary of my thoughts. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to give you sort of the headings that will be discussed throughout this stream. We're going to comb over the missing features and really just talk about what that means long-term for the game. What would we like to see added in order? Like, what's the most important thing to see put into the game first? Are these fundamental flaws, or is this okay? Like, just sort of debating the philosophy behind how much is missing from the game at launch. We also want to talk about the lack of a next-gen appearance. I do think that is something that has not been talked about enough, and I want to kind of talk about how the game does seem to not look all that next-gen. It doesn't look bad, but it certainly doesn't look like a next-gen title when you look at games like Returnal or Ratchet and Clank. Lastly, well, maybe not lastly, sorry, there was a new one I added to the list this morning. Next, the categorical divide. This game is being divided into single player and multiplayer, and this is affecting reviews. The actual reviews that you see for Halo Infinite are for the campaign. The multiplayer is not included in those reviews, and this, I believe, is being used as a bit of sleight of hand with respect to the marketing, and we're going to talk about that this morning as well. Lastly, you cannot preload the campaign, and a lot of people might not know that, but I feel like this is just sort of another oddity in the game, and it was explained by Sketch that, well, it wasn't explained. He said he didn't really understand the technical reasons why they could not allow you to preload the campaign. Never a big fan of that as a live streamer, but also it just tends to not bode well for anybody wanting to jump in day one. They have to sort of wait for that really big file to download, and that is usually hurting the servers, and Xbox or the infrastructure and all that tends to struggle a little bit. So it's more disappointing than I would say like a lack of a feature, but that was a bit of a surprise to me given the size of this game and given its notoriety and how popular it is to not have a preload option. So those are all of the various things that we will be discussing throughout the live stream. If you didn't catch my live stream, make sure and hit subscribe and the bell button so you can be here for them. These streams tend to be about 3 hours long. This video is going to end up being a little bit longer because of the launch window being at 1 p.m. Eastern, and we're just going to have to like sit here and install it. So we'll probably go over to that new stream. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. You guys can feel free to use the question command. I've got it set up to do it again, to show your questions right down here in this box if you would like to use that. If you have thoughts on the various topics that I just sort of outlined, you know, the missing features is probably the one to start with first. I'm genuinely curious what you guys think about that. Are there features that you think need to be added before any else? We could probably even start a poll to say which of which of these missing features do you actually feel should get the most priority in getting added. Crazy Cliff saying the physical copy is a joke. Somebody said that on my Twitter this morning. They said that, yeah, the physical copy doesn't even give you an advantage here. You can't even get in or install or anything. It's the same. It's sort of the same thing as waiting as the rest of us for the download. You don't actually have any sort of an advantage. Morning, sir. Good to see you feed in the chat. Yeah, let's talk about this then. Let's go Halo Infinite missing features. Which should be added first? Okay, which should be added first? Campaign co-op. We'll put that. We'll just put co-op to make it really short and sweet. Campaign co-op. Forge. Let's add another option here. Let's see. What's some of the other things that are pretty foundational and missing? A Slayer playlist, right? An actual Slayer playlist, not the mode. We know it's getting added. I'm simply asking which you think should be added first. Yeah, and somebody's saying SWAT. We'll put SWAT on there as well. So Co-op Forge, the Slayer playlist, and SWAT. which should be added first? So if you're going to prioritize here and say, this is the most important thing to me, this is foundational, and this needs to be added first, right? Which do you prioritize? The playlist might be there. There's a baby multiplayer update. I mean, maybe they managed to get the Slayer playlist ready for prime time. I've not seen much about that. I would not hold your breath on it, right? SWAT is coming. Yeah, I'm not saying whether or not things are coming or not coming. I'm saying which would you like to see come first, right? If you had to pick, if they called you on the telephone and said, we have 4 buttons in front of us and whichever one we push, that's what's getting added first. Like, which one would you pick? They can play the game in offline mode and get all the playlists. Really? Is that a thing? Has that been proven? Remember, if you're going to submit a question, you have to do ! Question and then type your question. So you literally start off your sentence with an ! Question. Risic coming in with 4 months and a tier 3 membership. Thank you so much for that support, Risic. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, take the poll at the top of the chat. Where do you land on this discussion? ADJC with the first question of the morning. Do you think that splitting the campaign and multiplayer is misleading? This is a tough one because I don't want to assign malice to something that could purely be the nature of the structure, right? I don't want to assign malice here. The nature of the structure is one of... This is not uncommon these days to have the campaign and the multiplayer very, very separate. Now, when I load up the game, it's kind of like Call of Duty, right? There's like a menu and I can hop between multiplayer and single player. Like I can kind of hop between. The campaign right now just takes you to like a pre-order screen. So I don't want to assign malice where there potentially is none. I do worry. We kicked off the day with my rant. If you haven't seen my rant yet, be sure to watch it. It's a 6-minute rant about the growing mistrust, the lack of trust that is continuing to grow in the community with respect to, 343's decision making. And, sort of in that rant, I touched on all these things, and I worry that the distrust is causing folks to assign malice to everything. Well, everything is to squeeze money out of us. How could they not see? A guy left a comment this morning. How could they not see the backlash that was going to come from this? And I said, yeah, the lack of foresight is pretty staggering, right? It's like, how did you not see that people weren't going to be very appreciative of some of this structure, okay? So I'm always hesitant to assign malice. I think as a culture, we are very quick to assign malice to virtually everything. We do this in the realm of a joke that we don't like. Well, we're going to assign malice to the joke. The intention of the comedian is to just tell the joke, okay? There's no malice in it. There's nothing wicked about it, okay? So, the question that I'm wrestling with is a good one. It's still here. ADJC says, do you think that splitting the campaign and the multiplayer is misleading? I think at one level it is not misleading because from the very, very beginning, their marketing had them separated. They would show 2 images and they would say Halo, Infinite multiplayer, free to play, and then they had Halo Infinite campaign kind of next to it. So... don't worry about grammar errors, Ryan. It's fine. Just leave the question as is. I'll sort it out. It usually makes for great entertainment. So your mistakes are to my benefit. So at one level, no, I don't think it's misleading because I think from the very beginning they have been very forthright about the fact that these are going to be delivered in very separate containers. Okay? I even envisioned it being like separate installs, not necessarily because of anything in particular, but just the way that they had marketed it, okay? My girl loves the coffee, and I've always hated coffee, so it should be pretty interesting. Can't wait to try it. Oh, wow, that's good. Well, and the kids love the Pokemon cards, man. Thank you again for doing that. They were absolutely thrilled and elated. They had to restructure their entire collections, so you did good. So yeah, at one level, to answer the question, is having the campaign and the multiplayer split, is this misleading? No, at one level it is not. However, I believe at another level it is misleading. Okay? Where is the hopper on Metacritic? Where's the link I can click to see the Halo Infinite multiplayer review? How have none of the review outlets done a review about the multiplayer? Are they going to change their reviews once multiplayer comes out of beta and is essentially a part of the entire launch? As Eugene is saying, it's not separate launchers. I launch Halo Infinite, and inside that product contains multiplayer and the campaign. So are you going to separate reviews? Are you going to have the review outlets review the multiplayer separately? If the review outlets do not review the multiplayer separately, I consider that to be journalistic malpractice. You are not covering the totality of the product, and you have subsequently misrepresented it, right? IGN did a review. No. IGN reviewed the multiplayer and gave it a 9, or IGN reviewed the campaign? If they reviewed the game in its totality and gave it a 9, I don't know how anybody can take that serious. There are numerous legitimate and documented criticisms, problems, or issues with multiplayer. I didn't read IGN's review. We scrolled down to their summary read with the 9, and as I understood it, that review was the campaign. If they have 2 reviews, so am I to understand, I want to make sure that we're not misrepresenting something here. Am I to understand that IGN gave a 9 to the multiplayer and they gave a 9 to the campaign? Is that what you're telling me? Doesn't the campaign selection just take you to the store, though? Currently, that is true, Barrier. I'm assuming that it'll be baked into the game once, or maybe it will be a separate install. I don't know. They gave both a 9. I know that the campaign was a 9. We read that. They gave the multiplayer a 9 and they gave the campaign a 9. Giving the multiplayer a 9, I think that is just laughably misrepresentative. And this goes back to the debate that we had yesterday. You expect me to believe that the multiplayer and the campaign are equal in quality with the mountain of criticism from the community about the multiplayer. We've not touched the campaign yet, so I can't say much about that. I can say that the general consensus from all campaign reviews is that it's good. It's not great, it's good. 2 different reviewers, great review though. Right, and that's the issue, is it not? I don't know how you can give the multiplayer a 9. There are measurable, objective, documented problems with multiplayer. When the developers themselves own up to the problems, okay? You got introduced to me with my Star Citizen video. Oh, well, thank you for stopping by for a live stream. I appreciate that. We cover a lot of stuff. I appreciate you coming back. If the developers themselves are saying, these are issues we're addressing, we are attempting to fix these issues, how can the developers have a list of known problems and issues that they're trying to fix, but your review is like, man, 9. 9. That's a loaded poll. I'm a SWAT junkie, but the real answer is co-op and multiplayer playlists. I like to give you a hard choice. I think a good poll does that. I think a very good poll gives you a tough choice. The multiplayer is okay, not worth a 9. Felt it was a little lacking. Criticism didn't mean it's not great at all. The only problem with multiplayer is the Battle Pass stuff. That's not correct, Mo. That is not a representation of the issues going on. The Battle Pass and the Battle Pass progression is one criticism, one that they have acknowledged and attempted to fix. So the review can't be that high when they've acknowledged and have already ushered 2 updates on Battle Pass. Then let's talk about the store. You can't look at me with a straight face and tell me that the Halo Infinite store items is set up totally fine. The store is separate from the Battle Pass. It's a microtransaction store that will continue on in perpetuity alongside this game, and it is structured in a horrifically subpar, not even up to the most basic games like store that I've ever seen. Like, Splitgate is like, what, a 14-person team, and their store is more sensible than this, okay? Okay, store and battle pass. Then let's talk about missing a foundational game mode playlist option of Slayer. Missing SWAT. These are criticisms. These are things that people should be able to say, well, I thought this was going to be in the game. Then let's talk about the desync and the lag. How is that not in your review? It's documented. People are showing there is something going on with desync and lag. Everything was fine for the first couple of days, and now we're seeing a rise in instances and reports of desync lag, melee hit registration problems. Those are measurable problems. It's not subjective. This is subjective. I think it's boring. I think it's bland and slow. That is subjective. I'm not speaking in the subjective. I'm speaking in the objective. These are things that can be proven. It's not missing anything. Man, you Halo fans, it's such an indictment of your fandom that you can't say anything is wrong other than, well, you concede the battle pass, but even that you act like, oh, it's not a big deal, they're going to fix it. Good morning, Insanity. My issue is that they're going to give playlists the event treatment like we saw with Fiesta. I'm waiting for the co-op, says Jay White. A lot of people are going to have that experience, Jay White. They're going to feel like I have to wait for co-op to be added. My biggest gripe with the Halo multiplayer was the FPS drop no matter how I set it. I can't get it to stable 60 FPS. There's another measurable thing that people have talked about. There have been some issues with the way that they optimize the FPS. Like there's a cutscene that like drops into the 40s, right? And we haven't even talked about this either. The mouse and keyboard optimization has been complained about. People highlighted the giant disparity between accuracy of the top 100 mouse and keyboard characters and the top 100 controller characters. So, like, I don't understand, like, how you can look at all that and be like, oh, no, it's totally fine. It deserves a 9. I'm not having a problem, so I can't speak on a little lag, but not big at all. I wonder how could we ever get what is this? When people leave a voicemail and they don't say anything, it's so frustrating. It's like you were too slow to hang up, and then I end up sitting here being like, huh, is there something there? While I agree that there are some pretty egregious omissions for multiplayer, I do believe that this should affect I do not believe that this should affect the review if it is a gameplay-focused review. I'm not tracking with your logic. A review of multiplayer is not purely a review of gameplay, my friend. You would be reviewing everything: the battle pass, the store, the game modes themselves. If they had like a brand new game mode that was called like Paper Airplane Maker, you'd be like, why is this in Halo Infinite? This game mode doesn't make any sense, or this game mode's not any fun. You don't review a multiplayer game and you just talk about the gameplay. It's great, 9. Why even write the review? Gameplay, as Watts is saying, gameplay is a component of the review, but it's not the review itself. What do you mean? I'm telling you, you would never, ever, none of you would be caught dead being this charitable and kind to any other title. Battlefield has been eviscerated by its community for its incredibly long list of lacking features and problems, and they are getting shredded for it, deservedly so. But Halo fans are like, that's fine. It's fine. It's like in that, what's his name? Newentown. The stand-up comic that the name of the special, Mulaney, John Mulaney. John Mulaney talks about how, like, he never stands up for himself. He goes to the airport and they're just really rude to him and they call him all sorts of names and he's like, thank you so much. I swear, like, that's it. That's the Halo fans. Like, they just, here is a meager, sloppy offering that has good base gameplay. It's like, that's all you needed. It's like if I bring out a cheeseburger, fries, and a Coke, and the actual, like, burger flavor is good, you don't care that the toppings are rotting and the Coke is flat and the fries are soggy. You're just like, nah, man, the burger tastes good enough for me to overlook all of that. I'm like, come on. Reckless Gambit adding, I think, a helpful comment. Devil's Advocate, there's a Battlefield release every year. Halo fans are thirsty. I don't know if that's accurate, though. Hasn't Battlefield had a bit of a respite in its launches? Did they launch something in 2020? I thought their last release was 2019. Well, obviously, Battlefield 2042 probably got delayed out of 2020, but did they actually launch anything in 2020 or 2019? When's the last Battlefield release? When was it? I'm genuinely ignorant on this. I don't know when their last release was. I think your point is a little fair. The idea being like, I think your posture on it's right. Halo fans are really thirsty, so they're like, oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank goodness, right? Okay, it's releasing off cycle, so it's been 2 or 3. So 2019, okay. Battlefield's every 3 to 4 years. Yeah, I don't think Battlefield hits every year. Okay. Either way, his point still stands. You can have an inaccurate data point in your claim and still be making a good point. So his inaccuracy doesn't matter. It's been duly noted that the last one launched in 2018. I think it's still a good observation. Halo fans are incredibly thirsty for a new Halo, and it's making them, I think, accept tepid water and imagining that it's amazingly refreshing. You shouldn't be having a crack at the best thing to play right now. I'm not sure what you're talking about. If I was incredibly thirsty and you gave me tepid water and it was a little murky looking, it would probably be very refreshing if I was like dying of thirst. John Always with 4 months. You be tripping if you ain't double dipping. My man John Always, thank you. 10 months from Kat, and it's a tier 2. Thank you, Kat. Here's to many more months of great content. I appreciate that, Kat. Thank you. Just like with Deathloop, and it came out and it got 10s because gaming was super dry. I was just getting ready to make that point. You jumped ahead. I was just getting ready to say, this is exactly why Deathloop got 9s and 10s, because it was a glass of lukewarm water, and that's all people needed to be like, this is the greatest thing I have ever played and tasted. Is it good? Sure. Does it quench your thirst? Sure. But it's not life-changing. I mean, it wasn't a 9 or a 10 game. It simply wasn't. There was nothing about it that was revolutionary. I mean, we don't want to get into the Returnal Deathloop debate, so let me go to the next question. Take the poll at the top of the chat if you're new. Halo Infinite release day is here. It is today. We will be playing it and checking it out. We are combing through and discussing the poll, saying basically like, what do you want added first out of the missing features? You know, if you had to pick one, and DJ Ghost wants to know what I would pick. What would you like to see come first? I would side with the audience here, so I'm answering way late. I didn't want to sway the vote. 200 and all, almost closing in on 300 votes. I would pick co-op. I would pick co-op for one simple reason. That's how I play games. My wife and I could play the game together. It would be fun, right? I got 2 TVs set up in the living room. We could each have our own TV and play through the campaign, and we can't. It's Halo. It's so odd. It's just very, very odd. Extremely odd. Now, if I try to look at this in the absolute best light possible, okay? If I try to look at this in the absolute best light possible, or at least understand it at a technical level, here's what I think happened. They built a new engine called Slipstream, which is going to require all new rules to be built for things like reloading a mission, because you can't do that either, right? Playing co-op with somebody online, that's not ready. It's not ready for prime time, okay? And I think all of this relates back to them building a brand new engine and attempting open world building. This is not me excusing it, by the way. Understanding and diagnosing why something happened is not me excusing it. So the slip space engine, they build it from the ground up, and it needs essentially to have all these things built. The idea for you to be able to reload a mission, if you want to do that, you got to replay the entire campaign. That's very strange. That's very anti-Halo tradition. Same as not having co-op. If I was to attempt to diagnose it and put this in the best light possible, this is the cost of a revolution, right? If you're going to try to revolutionize your game and build it in a new engine and do the open world thing, that movement, that choice is going to be like, yeah, you can't do these things yet. They're not built. Yeah, there's no mission select loot. That news broke a day ago. Yeah. And they said it has something to do with the open world. So my assumption is when they say that, they're getting layman terms from the developers, and it has something to do with how you instance into the world. Think about how Destiny does it, right? There's like the open world, and you can just kind of roam around, and then when you do a mission, it like drops you in, it instances you in, and then there can be like people running around, and then you leave their instance, right? That's complex. That's a reason that like Destiny can't just suddenly switch over to dedicated servers, because it's all built around peer-to-peer, and there's all these weird handoffs that happen. You drop down in an instance that some other guy is hosting, you leave that instance to go on your mission, and that's why sometimes you get these weird loading screens where like you're just hanging in the air waiting, because you're switching instances. So my guess would be the reason that they're struggling to be like, yeah, you can't just load a mission, is because however they get you to that mission is likely not something that allows you to just go back and select it again. Again, I'm not giving any excuses here. I'm merely giving you the diagnosis of what is going on. Schreier reports here, by the summer of 2019, Halo Infinite was in crisis mode. The studio decided to cut almost 2/3 of the entire planned game, leaving managers to instruct some designers to come to the office and do nothing while the studio figured out the next move. Eventually, the game's open world was cut back from a vast Zelda-like experience into something far smaller. It soon became clear to some on the team that, even with the compromises, getting Halo Infinite into decent shape by the following fall would be impossible. Still, the timing of the release didn't seem up for discussion. Microsoft told 343 that it had to be a launch game for the next Xbox, which meant releasing in November 2020. This is a Destiny 1 situation all over again. They basically completely gutted their game at the 11th hour and tried to piece it back together over the course of a year. 4 months from Bob T with a Tier 2 membership. Thank you so much, so generous. Call me George Costanza because I'm double dipping. Love your content, man. Cheers to many more months. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Bob. What happens when you quit and go back to the game? I have no idea, David. I don't know. If you're like in the middle of a mission, I can't give you an answer. So you have to understand that I obviously have issues with Schreier as a journalist because I believe he lacks some integrity with respect to the things that happened in 2020 and the video game like Me Too moment. I don't think he handled that well. I think he has refused to acknowledge some of his how I would say he's inconsistent and compromised, but he still gets good information, okay? And his breakdown of the fact that summer of 2019, Halo was in crisis mode. Now listen to the things that have happened here. They cut 2/3 of the entire planned game, and a vast Zelda-like experience was trimmed down into something much smaller. And it became clear Halo Infinite getting to decent shape was impossible, and Microsoft told 343 it had to be a launch game for the next Xbox, which meant releasing in November 2020. And that didn't happen. It didn't happen. So this is one of those situations where, like, who in the world are you going to blame? Who? Are you going to blame Microsoft for insisting on a launch date? You could blame them a little bit. You're going to blame 343 for what sounds like just gross mismanagement. You're in crisis mode in 2019, and you decide to get rid of 2/3 of the game? You shrink down your Zelda-like vast map into something much smaller? What are you doing? Why are you doing that? Why were those things built to begin with? Like, Halo is literally on the box of the launch series consoles, right? Another delay would have been even weirder. Right. No, I know this isn't major, but SWAT should be added first. It's such a memorable mode. Well, that's why we have the poll. If you're interested in the Halo Infinite release day and the expectations that we're outlining here, there are things that are missing. And I'm asking you just for your opinion. What would you choose to add first if it was up to you? Like, which would you want to see added first? So this is just such a frustrating thing. It's such a frustrating thing for so many reasons. There's so many layers here. Let's try and break down all the layers. At one layer, this is so frustrating for the developers because this is typically a management and a leadership problem. You have good developers, they know what they're doing, you give them a project and they'll build it. They apparently had a pretty significant game, and they chopped 2/3 of it out, and they had a vast Zelda-like map, open world, that they trimmed back. Developers worked on that under the leadership of somebody. Somebody was driving that ship at some level. It's so frustrating. It has to be so irritating for the developers, because they're the ones that get lambasted by the public. That's the next layer of frustration. Gamers and fans have been just begging for a good Halo. I thought co-op was more integral. Mo, I was responding to somebody in chat. They're allowed to pick SWAT. I wasn't saying that I would pick SWAT. I was reading someone in chat. Come on, man. Don't be like that. Don't be contentious over that. You clearly know I was responding to somebody in chat. So the gamers are dying for a good Halo. The industry itself needs big winners. A bunch of people bought next-gen consoles, with the hope and Halo, yes. Like, this is frustrating. It's so many layers, and it always comes back to the same thing. It always comes back to the same thing. The idea that the leadership... Oh, you weren't talking to me. I thought you were talking to me. Okay. Yeah, everybody has their own opinion on it, Mo. That's the point of a poll. This is not new info. The staffing was also unstable, partially because of its heavy reliance on contract workers who made up almost half of the staff by some estimates. Would you like me to read a testimonial from somebody who works in development and they're contracted? I'm not going to tell you who this is, but I can give you a testimonial from someone who works as a contractor. Hang on a second. Let me try and find the commentary here. It might have been in a different room, and it might be long gone. I may not be able to find it. Okay, yeah, it was in one of the rooms in our Discord, and I can't find it because it's a different. It must be in a different room. Okay, no worries. But this is an interesting stat, right? Who made up almost half of their staff were just contracted people. Gee, many Christmas. I'm a contractor for the DoD in development. Contractor for the Department of Defense. Well, good for you. Probably not too bad. Nothing against the dev, but the trend of unfinished games being released is getting very frustrating. It's frustrating for everybody except for the people who should be the people at fault. Astro Candy with the renewal of membership. Thank you so much for 4 months of membership. The release it now, fix it later culture is super toxic. I want to zero in on this. Mr. Polar Bear saying, it's toxic. It is toxic. And do you want to know why? Because the people that are at fault and the people that are to blame, they don't get any heat. Well, maybe not from the public. They probably get heat from somebody somewhere. But the developers get raked over the coals by the public. The developers have to probably work and in a state of like low morale to think that like we have to rebuild all this or break this or destroy this or redo this or go back and do that. That feeling of futility and frustration, and then the gamers are attacking them in the midst of all of this. So you got this situation like what happened on the Halo Reddit. It's like, well, the CM came out and you could sense the irritation and the frustration, and then, you know, the community obviously didn't accept it because it seemed kind of, you know, it's passive and kind of smarmy, right? Thank you, Eugene. So let's as far as working as a contractor in video games, let me just read you a testimonial from somebody who has worked as a contractor. Okay, I'm not going to tell you who it is. It says, as the project winds down and there's less and less to test, the value of quality of QA starts to drop off. Less things to test, less things needed for the QA department. Why keep them on payroll, costing a lot, when there's nothing to test? You can just cut them loose because there's, quote, always more where they came from. Which is crap because a good QA is worth their weight in cash for sure. The problem is these are corporate decisions and not studio decisions. Let me press pause here. This is such an excellent breakdown because what he's saying is that structurally speaking, you have QAs, like quality assurance testers, that are essentially treated like disposable waste, essentially. Well, we got our use out of you by, and I think the assertion is right, that a good quality assurance tester is worth their weight in cash. But when you're purely making a corporate bottom line decision, it's difficult to quantitatively measure that person as a line item because you don't see them qualitatively. You simply see them as what they cost money, and now they're not testing anything. So they do this contractual thing with QA, which is likely due to why QA testing has gotten so poor. Because you bring in someone new, they're less familiar with it. It takes them longer to get adapted and become adept at detect. So you're going to get less return out of that investment of the new hire. This is why this is a terrible situation. What on earth? What on earth? We're dropping frames. Okay, it stopped. I don't know what that was. One happened yesterday and then it just happened again, but my AT&T seems fine, so that's probably a pretty big blip for you guys. So, don't know about that. No offense, but almost all of your videos are rants. It's basically your job. I mean, it's certainly part of how I do commentary. Yes, it certainly is. It is a trend in how I do my commentary. You glitching, bruh? Yeah, it was just I don't know if it was me or if it was YouTube. So if it continues, I can switch to Spectrum if we think it's going to be a problem. Okay, so this in relation to, so you have to understand, okay, everything that this testimonial just outlined about using contracted workers on development, it is, I think, a part of the equation because almost half of what the staff working on, Halo Infinite, almost half was contracted. Okay, now let's read the rest of this testimonial. The same thing happened to me as a contract worker. I worked 4 contracts on a game, and each time the contract was for about a year. Each time I was fed the story, if you do a great job, we may hire you full time. So I burn myself out doing amazing work. I'm never hired full time, and the moment the contract ends, I'm cut loose. Then I have to go on unemployment benefits, which pays about 50% of your previous salary, rack up debts, barely afford rent, eat nothing but ramen for 3 to 6 months, send out applications to other places, which never respond, and just hope that you get another contract as soon as possible. Rinse, repeat. Being a contractor is a meat grinder. Okay? So you have to think about this testimonial. You have to think about the fact that if half of your staff is working under this framework, under this idea, if they've been doing it before, okay, if they've been doing it before in the development world, this is basically a snake eating its tail. you're doing what I call churn and burn. You're essentially burning your employees and then churning through them and just, we'll get some more, we'll get some more, we'll get some more. This leads to massive quality reduction, which we can see in the gaming industry. You can see it. You can see it in the industry. This pattern that's being outlined here. It's like, well, this is why there's just a measurable degradation in launch quality of big titles. Like, game quality in general is on the upswing, I would say. There are amazing games that launch. I still believe we're in the golden age of gaming. Like, the games we play now are absolutely incredible. However, the degradation, the quality degradation with respect to big AAA launch titles is publicly measurable, and it makes sense when you read a testimony like this. And it makes sense when you hear a company the size of 343 with a budget their size being like, well, half the people working on the project are contractors. Why? It's more economical. Does it result in quality work? Doesn't seem like it. It seems like it results in fragmented, lack of vision transfer, and mismanaged projects. You know, it's, and this is why it's so hard. It has to be so hard to be a developer, because everybody blames the devs. Everybody blames the developers. They just blame that. Oh yeah, it's all the devs. Devs don't know what they're doing. The devs this, devs that, and it's like, no, this is a leadership, management, corporate level problem. This is not a developer problem. It simply isn't. I simply refuse to believe that you have all these very high-quality, knowledgeable, experienced developers, and they're just like monkeys hitting a typewriter. I don't think so. We naively thought first parties would be immune to this. Right. It saves a buck, but the quality certainly suffers. Side note, over 70% of professors in the U.S. are contractual adjunct faculty, getting paid nothing and hoping to have a job next semester. Gee, many Christmas. I disagree with it lacking quality, though. The quality is there, but it's missing diversity in its core parts and the game we used to have. D-Tom, when I say lacking quality, or I use the phrase quality degradation, I mean the overarching quality of the game. I'm not asserting that it is absent of quality, that like quality is totally absent. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying there's a quality degradation here. You can't tell me this is what you envision as a big triumphant Halo Infinite launch. You simply can't say that with a straight face. This is quality degradation at its best. And then you read the report from Schreier and you're like, well, no the frick wonder this happened. What on earth? What are you guys doing? You think that there'll be a price drop soon since the campaign is only a few hours long? Oh, I have no idea because it's baked into Game Pass, so probably not. No. They're not going to lower the price of it because they want this to be a nice catalyst for Game Pass subscriptions. So there'd be no reason to lower the price. That would be a very strong motivator for you to just avoid you would avoid Game Pass. You just buy it at a discount. They want you on Game Pass. I'm a developer at a AAA, and none of the BS that gamers whine about are decisions that the devs make. It's absurd that nobody grasps it's upper management who ruins things. I just follow orders. That's why I said there's so many layers to the frustration here, because it's basically manipulating people and then putting them into like a I don't even know what you would call it, like a fever dream. It's like we're all getting angry and frothing at the mouth and yelling and screaming, and it's just a fever dream. It's like, this isn't even real. We're yelling at the wrong people. These poor developers try to do like state of the game live streams, and they try to get on Reddit or Twitter, and they try to interact with the community, or community managers try to do it, and they're just absolutely berated for things that like, they're like, well, we didn't do any of this. We didn't do any of this. 343 out Bungie with mid-development corporate switcheroo do-over. Right? I told you guys, I said, listen, my theory was, I wish I had this in a concise rant somewhere so I could reference it and show people. I said, I have a feeling they brought Joseph Staten in because they said this is just like Destiny. We are basically starting over. Bring a guy in that's familiar with this type of thing. They bring Joseph Staten in to basically do the same thing. I said this game is probably absolutely fragmented. It's probably a disaster because we had the guy say that they were literally not even done building the engine when they showed the gameplay to the public in 2020. I was like, say what now? The engine's not even done yet? Topless Trees coming in with a brand new membership. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with a direct paid membership. If you guys are enjoying the stream today, be sure to hit subscribe and the bell button. Subscribing is free, and it lets you talk in chat. Take our poll at the top of the chat. Which feature would you like to see added to Halo Infinite release day? It's missing stuff. We know that some of the stuff will be added later. I'm curious what the community wants to see added first, so we're polling the community. If you want to support me directly, there's a variety of ways to do that. We sell very, very delicious coffee that is ours. This is something that my family ships to you, like my wife and kids. I'm not getting a kickback from a website. There's direct paid memberships as well if you click the join button. If you don't see a join button, you can use the join command in chat. You can use the question command if you want to have your question appear on screen like this. Noble Beast says, doesn't the movement speed in Halo feel a bit too slow? I know it aligns with the classic Halo, but would it really be blasphemy to update the movement speed? I actually think the movement speed has been updated. I do. I actually think the game feels pretty good. This is subjective, obviously, and you're totally free and welcome to say that, like, I don't think it's very fast, or I don't think it's very good, or whatever. That's totally fine. Halo is certainly not for everybody, right? It's not for everybody. It is a very different strokes for different folks game. If you're accustomed to the more traditional shooter, then Halo Infinite's going to feel, the Halo Infinite gameplay is going to feel to you to be, a little sluggish, a little slow. That is the cloth that it's been cut from. And I do feel that they've updated the movement to a certain degree. And somebody saying, combat in Halo was boring. I actually think the combat was fine when I played it. I played big team battle, and I never felt like there was a lack of action. I never felt like there was a lack of movement. I thought it was good. And again, it was a turnoff for me. I think one of the best things you can do is play a game and quickly quickly ascertain whether or not it's a game for you. I think that's something that gamers really struggle with sometimes. I think sometimes people play a game that they really have no business playing, and then they just exert and express all their frustrations about it, and it's like, you're just not self-aware enough to come to the conclusion that this game wasn't made for you. It's like staying in a relationship that you don't enjoy, right? It's like, why would you do that? Because it's comfortable and safe? Like, it isn't mentally healthy to do that. Aren't FPS campaigns normally fairly short? I figured the plan would be to have additional campaigns later. That is indeed the plan. Joseph Staten outlined that in an interview, talking about how in the future the story would continue and that you would venture out as your Spartan and you would go on missions as your Spartan. It is my belief that Master Chief will be taking a back seat at some point. Maybe not a death, as it were. I think he's going to integrate into an AI or something to fight Cortana, and then he'll become an AI that you can use to immortalize his voice. But eventually you'll be playing the campaign and the ongoing story in Halo Infinite. Maybe not the initial vanilla campaign. You'll be playing the ongoing Halo Infinite story. You will be playing that as your Spartan. They want you to buy in and be really tied to your Spartan and customize them and make them look awesome. So, it's not short though. 14 missions is I don't think is short either. I think 14 missions is a pretty good size. When someone says short, they might be saying in a relative way, like it's a shorter campaign than Skyrim, right? Like it's a shorter campaign than, Horizon Zero Dawn, because FPS shooters generally have somewhere between, I think, 10 and 15 missions, usually. Well, then I don't see why people would be fairly complaining about that particular thing. About the length, yeah, I think people complaining about campaign length, I'm not thinking that is the most legitimate criticism. It certainly is a criticism, and one built on expectations and presuppositions, which doesn't make it illegitimate, but it certainly weakens your case when it's stacked upon what you think ought to be happening, or your sort of prior sense or entitlement to how long you think something should be. I definitely think that makes your criticism weaker. Not illegitimate, not wrong, but it just makes the criticism weaker. Coming to a single-player game and talking about content length or story length, that's always going to come down to what you expect to get out of it, and that's not necessarily rooted in like objective reality. It's just sort of like what you hope to get. It'd be like going to a steak restaurant and being like, I really thought the steak was going to be much larger in the size of the plate, and they're like, well, yeah, the average ribeye is actually a little bit smaller than your expectations. And it would be a weak criticism to be like, well, that restaurant is bad or not worth going to because I expected the steak to be much larger. It's like, well, that again is built on your presuppositions and expectations that might not be rooted in a reasonable form or vision of reality. Because again, I think most first-person shooter campaigns generally fall into this length, 10 to 15 missions. It's probably short if you play on normal. Crank it up to heroic. That's actually a good point. You didn't make the point, but it spurs on the point that traditionally, Halo's campaign has a lot of value from the replay and the upping of the difficulty. Luke Smith gave commentary on this and said that anytime they would have people play test their campaigns, they would have them play on the difficulty right above normal because it allowed for enemy animations and attack cycles to be visible and seen, sensed, and then overtaken, which gave the player a greater sense of achievement, which he thought was the best representation of the campaign and the combat. So I think that's something people need to remember, is that generally speaking, I don't know if 343 has adopted this design philosophy, but normal is going to be a pretty quick affair. You're not going to see all of the nuances of the combat and the enemy animations because you're dispatching with them so quickly. But Eugene is bringing up a very important point. It is replayable, but you cannot select the missions. You need to replay the entire campaign. This, again, just seems like an insanely gross oversight for Halo to both lack co-op and selectable missions for replay. I don't know. Your poll is missing all of the above. Sorry, I want to make you pick. The poll is phrased very intentionally. Which should be added first? I'm making you prioritize. That's the point of the poll. Nolan Saints with a $5 tip. I am told girth is more important than length. Lamau. I mean, I would say that your wife or girlfriend's just being kind to you. It's okay. It's okay, Pop Can McGee. You can't pick? Well, that's the sign of a good poll. WTF? No just restarting a mission or a zone? No, it's not possible. And I think this is another element to the discussion. This is another element of the idea that, we feel that the game was built in a way where just foundational pieces are missing, Let me give an analogy, since the Halo fans seem, ill-equipped to call a spade and say there are missing features, okay? I love you guys, but you seem to lack the capacity to see this accurately. Let me give you an analogy. If you've ever been to those sort of new neighborhoods, new allotments of houses, and the houses are all very similar in size and structure, shape, and what they look like. And I want you to imagine that you drive past 25 houses, and every one of these houses has a 2-door garage, a front door, a back door, and a second story, right? You think, that's a pretty measurable, visible, consistent, categorical theme in this neighborhood. A 2-door garage, a front door, a back door, and a second story. Okay, cool. And you get to the end of the neighborhood, and they're building new houses. And you say, I would like to buy one of these plots. I would like to have one of these houses. And they're like, no problem, sir. You come back when the house is finished and it's done, and they're going to do a walkthrough with you. And your house has a 1-door garage, a door in the front, but not in the back, and it doesn't have a second story. I think it would be reasonable for you to say, hang on a minute. Why is my house lacking the basic features that were established by the previous houses before this? It seems reasonable that I was going to get a house that is similar to the ones you have previously built. Why did I not get all of these features? Now, someone could come up to you and say, but it's still a house. You still have a garage and a door. What's the big deal? You have the fundamental pieces and parts of a house. You would say, yes, that is true, but that is not a refutation of the fact that there is a measurable difference between the houses that came before it. We will add those other features for you later. You would be justifiably irritated and feel as though your expectations were not reasonably met. Do you see, there was an established standard with all of the games that came before this one. It is not unreasonable for people to say, where is Forge? Where is co-op? Why can't I replay missions? Where is the Slayer playlist? Where is SWAT? I don't think any of this is unreasonable. I just don't. You only understand food analogies? Imagine going to a restaurant and you're sitting at a table where there's 5 people on one side and 5 people on another. And you're at the 10th corner and you watch everybody get their meal, right? It's a nice, big, juicy ribeye with a salad, a potato, and a beer. And you're like, oh, I can't wait for mine to come out, right? I ordered the special and that's it, okay? And you see the pattern. Everybody gets set before them this big juicy steak and a salad, a potato, and a nice cold beer. It's too early in the morning for this. I'm salivating, okay? And out comes your meal. And your steak is visibly smaller than the others. Your potato is cut in half. You have half a potato, no salad, and a glass of water. Now, it would be totally reasonable for you to say, I don't understand what happened. Why is mine so different than the pattern that was set before it? What happened? And I'm certain that they could say, well, this is our last cut of the night. We're so sorry. This is the runt of the litter of the potatoes. We ran out. We don't have any salad left. And the gentleman next to you got the last beer. That wouldn't make you feel any better. It would certainly be nice to understand, like, what on earth happened? Do you not like me? Do you want me to leave? Why am I being passively insulted with such a meager offering in comparison to the other meals at the table? Them explaining it to you wouldn't change the fact that you kind of felt like you got the short end of the deal, okay? So with the Halo situation, again, I think it's reasonable for fans of the franchise to look at the pattern set before and say, why are these fundamental features missing? And as I said a little bit ago, I can imagine a world where building the Slip Space engine, building a brand new game that had open world, created a host of challenges and problems with respect to co-op, instancing into a mission so it could be replayed. Okay? I can see that as being the reality, basically being told, yeah, we have problems, or this was challenging, or as we're reading from Schreier's article, like Jiminy Christmas, grossly mismanaged company. They got half their employees are contractors. In 2019, they're in crisis mode. They gut 3/4 of the game, or I'm sorry, 2/3 of the game. They shrink down what was going to be this large open Zelda-like map. And I see all that and think, well, those are great reasons and explanations, but it certainly doesn't make any sense of, like, or make me feel any better about the current situation. Lono had a bad experience at Denny's last night, right? That's your fault for ordering the Halo meal. I kid. Yeah. It was my fault. Preload of all things should not be missing. Yeah, another thing that we're just given some sort of technical, half answer. Like, let me read to you the answer here that we were given. Sorry, this is from Sketch. I got nothing against Sketch. I think he's been put in a pretty tough spot, so I don't have anything against the guy, but this is what he says. Sorry, there will not be an option for preload of the Halo Infinite campaign. parentheses, he says, I'm not sure of the exact technical reasons, but unfortunately, it's not a thing. I feel very, very bad for anybody that has to type something like that. Like, my gosh, that just has to be such an uncomfortable thing to do. Like, yeah, sorry, a pretty common industry standard isn't going to be true for our giant AAA flagship console synonymous title. We're not going to have preload. What? I feel so bad for any of these guys that have to type something like that. Like, what on earth? I get it if you're like a small little indie company. I do, but like, how? And listen, how is Microsoft not assisting here? Microsoft wanted this thing to launch and push them to launch in November 2020. How are they not assisting with the preload? Like, what on earth? You couldn't come in and help with this? It just seems strange to me. Oh, it thought that was a link, Butters, probably because of the dots, right? Hoops that them jumping through them hitting a wall. I don't know what you were trying to say. And then he'll just get unloaded on by anybody ticked off about it. Yeah, it's not Sketch's fault. It's none of these CM's fault. Like, do you have any idea how low on the, like, CMs are I think they're well compensated, but I believe if you think in the hierarchy of the company, they're like the low man on the totem pole. They're not a decision maker. They're basically a message deliverer. Like, that's it. They're carrying a message to the forefront. Message for you here, sir. And they open it up and they read it to everybody. Everyone's like, boo! And they throw tomatoes at him. I'm sorry, don't shoot the messenger. Oh, and somebody shoots him. Like, come on. Like, some of them are contracted as well. Oh, goodness. Did Halo 5 come out with Forge? 343 have destroyed every Halo in terms of cutting things. Halo 4, 5, Master Chief, all missing things. Likely can't preload as it's linked to the PvP files or something. It was a depiction of them jumping through hoops. Oh. Got it. If you guys are enjoying the show, again, be sure to hit subscribe and that bell button. Monday through Friday, I do a talk show at this time of the day. We're usually doing gameplay in the afternoon, which we will certainly be doing that today once we get the game preloaded. And if you enjoy this type of content, hit subscribe, hit the bell button so I'm always sort of in your feed and you're getting notified when I go live. I'm a safe for work broadcaster, so a lot of people throw me on in the background like video game radio and just kind of lurk and listen. Gets them through there, gets you through your morning work day, usually going live around 9 a.m. Eastern. Be sure as well to smash the like button. Give me a little thumbs up. That helps the video perform well. That's a way of supporting that is totally free by either subscribing or hitting the like button. There are direct ways to support me. You could buy my coffee. Yes, it is mine. It's not a kickback from a company. I've got disc plates behind me. Here's your Lord and Savior Master Chief. And then I'm always wearing a shirt from 80s Tees. The sweater, unfortunately, is not from 80s Tees. It's from Old Navy. Just got here. Did I miss a lot? A lot of back and forth. Sure. Well, let's take some questions. You guys can submit questions, and we've got a couple here that I haven't answered. Ryan says, do you think that 343 felt rushed in a way to push the game out after a year of delay, or is it something else? Well, based on what we read, this question, we have our answer in the Schreier article. In 2019, this game was in crisis mode, and Microsoft was like, you better frickin' launch this thing November 2020 with the console. And they're like, okay, cool. Well, we just gutted 2/3 of the game. We shrunk what was meant to be sort of like this big, wide open Zelda-like map. What else here? Oh, yeah, close to half of our employees are contracted. So, yeah, let's see how this goes. And this is why they brought in Joseph Staten. Joseph Staten was essentially brought in to be, 343's Luke Smith. Like, get this thing back on track, right? And, I think Staten is probably the only reason that we have a minimum viable product launching today, right? If anybody wants to, do what people did this with, Luke Smith and Destiny, everybody's going to blame him or try to take chunks out of him. I don't think that that's even going to be close to a fair assessment of the situation. I just don't. More than likely, this gentleman was brought in to fix the disastrous 2020 situation that they found themselves in. People always need to remember the timeline, that when someone is brought in to a project like this, it is because it is in disarray. And if you get something at the end of the rainbow, it's only because somebody came in and got the ship back on course, right? Yeah, Steven, you have to do exclamation point question, not question mark question. Sorry about that. Oh, wait, Ryan added to his question a little bit here, saying that, or is it something that Microsoft may have said needs to be out and you can fix it as you go? I mean, I would wager to say, according to the Schreier article, that if they were heavily pressured to launch the game in 2020 and it didn't happen, they were likely like, oh my gosh, like you have to launch this next year. Your position was that they brought him in because he was in the spot with the dregs, not that he contributed to it. I don't understand the question. This doesn't even feel like an MVP. I mean, minimum viable product? I mean, it's pretty minimum. It's pretty minimum, I would say. Not a lot to it. It's pretty. This is a pretty bare bones AAA launch, if I'm honest. I'm looking forward to playing the game. I've enjoyed covering the game. I thought when they started showing gameplay over the summer, I thought they might have something special here. We might see the return of the arena shooter, and I have had high hopes for the game, so I'm not trying to like bash it. But from where I sit, it really does feel like, boy, this is a very bare bones AAA launch. This doesn't seem like a very robust full launch of a game. Oh, I was seeing. I got an email. Oh no. Who's going to be the first coffee order of the day? Who? We always like to shout out our coffee orders. Just saying, they brought him in to correct the issue, not that he created the issue. Yes, Joseph Staten. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is that they brought him in to fix and get this thing going again. Like if a ship pulls into port and it is a disaster, and the sails are torn and tattered, and the sides of the ship are all scraped, and it's like, my gosh, and they're slowly taking on water, like they barely get into port, right? You say, who's the captain of this vessel? And this guy comes forward and says, salutes and says, I took over, sir. Halfway through the voyage, we run aground, and all these different things happen because our former captain thought he could take a shortcut through uncharted waters, and it damaged the ship, and we barely got back under my leadership. No one in their right mind would look at that situation and be like, well, it's certainly your fault the ship looks this way. Do you understand? Like, nobody would look at that situation and be like, well, certainly you took over and all of this is your fault. No, you would say, well, good God, man, thank you. Like, you'd be like, thank you for getting the ship home to port. Like, now, it obviously stinks that the game is basically in the state that it's in. It's a bummer. It's like, oh my gosh. But I think we always do this thing where we want a sacrificial lamb. And I think it's easier to just be like, well, it's the person that we can see. It's got to be their fault. It's Joseph Staten, or let's yell at CMs on Reddit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying the community is to be blamed for any of this, but this is just a common response from gamers to just, from humans, I guess. We want a sacrificial lamb. We do. We want somebody, or a scapegoat. We want somebody to take the blame, Our own personal frustrations in life transferred to the frustrations in another situation. It's very common, psychological behavior. It's just what people do. The first rule of leadership, everything is your fault, right? So, that's how I look at it. I'm never going to sit here and defend a game or justify a game being, misshapen when it comes out. Like, ooh, that's rough. What on earth? A lot of rough edges there. It's misshapen. It's sloppily put together. I like to try to diagnose what happened so that it could be avoided. And here's where you have to start to wonder, what is actually going on within the culture of development, okay? Anthem's launch at this point in time should be reading material for all corporate level development leadership. It should be. You should take that ridiculously long article that Schreier wrote about Anthem and what happened at BioWare and everything that led to that game's downfall. That should be required reading for corporate level decision makers at these development companies, because they seem to be completely ignorant to the fact that they're the problem. The problem is you're doing the same thing that Anthem did. Well, let's build this and let's do that. And then you start building it. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, hang on a minute. Let's instead do this and that. And your developers are like, what in the frick? What are you talking about? It's 2019. Look how far we've come. What are you talking about? Like, we got all this stuff built. I guess we'll have to gut it all. We'll have to trim it all back to rebuild everything. At this point in time, you have to question how you can have such gross mismanagement of companies and projects at the upper levels. How? When did this all start? You know, were they already too far in development that what happened to Anthem couldn't really serve as a cautionary tale? They're like, yep, that's happening over here too. Holy moly. It's like looking into a mirror, reading that Anthem article. They're there for one reason, maximize profits. Are they maximizing profits? You know, did Cyberpunk maximize profits? Did Anthem maximize profits? It certainly isn't working. When this is your philosophy, when you think only in corporate level zeros and ones, you don't have the appropriate project quality assessment. So you're just thinking in zeros and ones, and it's turning into disastrous situations for games and the people that worked on them. ADJC with a question or a comment, actually. It makes you really wonder if Microsoft will do the same thing to any and all the companies they've bought currently. Well, hang on a minute. Let's be careful here. Let's not pull chicken in the egg and mess this up, all right? It certainly is a part of the equation, and it's a part of the dance where people's feet are getting stepped on. It certainly is that Microsoft said this game needs to launch November 2020, okay? That certainly is part of the equation. However, the game didn't launch in November 2020, so it's really hard to hang any of this on Microsoft. It's tough to do that in my mind. Was the studio and the project in crisis in 2019 because of Microsoft? I highly doubt it. Unless they were cracking such a demand that the workplace was, you know, mentally taxing, unstable, and disruptive, and that's why the place was in crisis. I highly doubt that's what was going on. So the project being in crisis, needing to be essentially gutted, you know, it gutted and rebuilt. I can't hang that on Microsoft. And again, if Microsoft would have like push this thing out in November 2020, we don't friggin' care. Well, then sure, we'd be having a much different conversation. We'd be like, my gosh, this game is just now getting back on track a year later, and and Microsoft's partially to blame for forcing the launch to come out. The fact that they've allowed them to delay it for an entire year isn't necessarily a testament to like Microsoft's virtue or value, but they certainly have given the room that seemed necessary to try to put things back on track. You also have to understand something. This is Microsoft we're talking about, and a new Xbox. There was a lot riding on this. They have every right to be like corporately frustrated, like what the actual frick have you guys been doing? What is happening? Like it would be like if I go upstairs and tell my children, hey, we have relatives coming over for dinner. Please clean your rooms and straighten up the living room. Okay? All right, great. You guys can handle that? Yes, Papa, we can handle that. Okay, cool. And I go downstairs and I start working on things and okay. And I come upstairs. I'm like, all right, guys, it's 30 minutes till, and they'll be over here for dinner soon. And what on earth are you doing? And there's paint on the walls and stuff has been spilled. It's a disaster. And they explain that they had this plan to clean up and it devolved into chaos, right? You're like, what on earth happened? I'd have every right to say, now, I expected this to be done. You gave me assurance it would be done, and it's not even close. It's a friggin' disaster, right? Microsoft has every right to show up at 2019, 2020 to 343 and be like, what are you doing? What is this? What have you done? They have every right. They're funding the game. Like, what are we even talking about here? Not only funding the game, but there was a timing element here that was vitally important. So if the game is in crisis in 2019, and Microsoft gives them the leeway to be like, all right, you knuckleheads, like, I guess we'll just delay this thing a year. So the question is, am I concerned Microsoft's going to do this with the other companies they've bought? No. I can't say Microsoft, quote unquote, did anything other than take it on the chin. And then how embarrassing was that for Microsoft? Yeah, our flagship title. Yeah, it's not going to be ready for the launch. We got Halo artwork on the Xboxes that are shipping out. They have every right to be irritated. Every right. It's funny that they had to tell 343, look, you're bad at this, listen to the old lead. Yeah, at some level, the leadership here has to, you have to wonder, how many people. Do I have the right version of, you're saying Devin Nash? I don't know whose take it was. He said it in his video. That's where I heard it, Creature. I watched Devin Nash's video about Ludwig, and he commentated on the contracts requiring lots and lots of hours. That's where I heard that. If that take came from somewhere else, then I can't follow the breadcrumb trail that led to him saying that. I heard him say it while I was putting Christmas lights up. So, no, because they acquired completely run studios. 343 has been given miles of rope, and they just tied a bunch of. That's a great point, Chris Carty. Excellently made point. Microsoft is acquiring completely run studios that have launched projects before. So it's not like they're suddenly going to be like, oh no, Microsoft put too much pressure on us, and out popped this terrible game. It's not our fault, you see. Microsoft, they put too much pressure on us. I don't see that happening. Yeah, I don't think so. So this is not a concern that I have. There are some pretty big titles coming, owned by, from developers that are owned by Microsoft. I have no fear about those titles, like Microsoft's the big bad boogeyman. Look at the litany of indie titles that have launched with ID at Xbox. If you need proof that developers of a much smaller size can work just fine with Microsoft, right? 343, what are you doing? What are you doing? What's the problem here? Who in the world was in charge? What's the problem? There are indie titles that have done just fine under Microsoft's publishing. Smaller companies and smaller projects. What's the deal here? You got more people and more money. More money, more problems, but that, figure it out. Figure it out. What I was saying last year, people were blaming the Sickie, and I said repeatedly there were issues way before the Sickie. Sickie never should have been an issue. Yeah, you can't say that the studio was in crisis in 2019 and then be like, oh, please pity us, 2020 was really hard. Yeah, well, I'm still streaming and still have a channel after my 2020, so grow the frick up. Pull your pants up and get back to work. I mean, I survived, If I can survive, then 343 should have been able to survive. Come on. Come on now. Snatchy says, let's get some more likes on the stream. Thank you, Snatchy. Speaking of Bungie, their new Halo-inspired swords in Destiny are called Half-Truths and the Other Half. The irony. Really? That's the name of the swords? Half-Truths and the Other Half? There's a small part of me that thinks maybe somebody at the team over there is being maliciously compliant. They don't like what happened to me. Because it's literally what happened. Here's a bunch of half-truths, and then here comes Lono with the other half. That's good. I like that. I wish I could use those swords. Another question from Steven. Do you feel that there is a degree of the developers wanting it out already? I'm 7 years into a PhD. Oh man, God be with you. I could care less of quality at this point. I just need it over and done with. I have friends and very close people in my life that have gone through the PhD process, and brother, I know where you are. You are in the absolute trenches with a skinned knee and a broken arm, and you just want to go home and take a nap. I get it. Do you feel there's a degree of the developers wanting it out already? I can't speak for the developers. I don't know. I would think, here's how I would think about it, okay? You're 7 years into your PhD, and you're like, I could care less about quality. I just want to be done at this point. I do think that the elements and the idea of, like, I want it to be good has to still be there to a certain degree. Like, at some point, you're like, oh, let's just launch this piece of crap already. I don't know about that, right? I don't know about that. Half-truths, a fine blade, but it seems like something's missing. The other half, if only there was a way to combine them. Hero of ages. After every age of darkness, an age of light. Man, they have such good writers. I didn't make it through grad school. PhD, so much admiration. Yeah, getting a master's, I was pretty much done with school at that point, man. A bachelor's took a long time because I wouldn't take out loans, and so it's like by the time I was done with my bachelor's, I was like, oh, master's, really? So my wife and I agreed that I'd quit my job and just go full time. So I was doing 15 hours. I was doing J terms. I mean, I blitzed it. Still made Dean's List, but I couldn't have a job doing 15 hours of master's work. It just wasn't possible. I couldn't fathom doing a PhD. I intentionally chose a master's track that wouldn't have me doing languages again. I couldn't do it again. I was like, if it would have just been Greek, I'd have been okay, but they wanted Hebrew, and I was like, no, thank you. Did you teach? No. I would enjoy teaching. I would, but I don't think I would want to do it. I would enjoy it, but I don't want to teach. I can teach in a capacity in this environment if I ever really want to, but no, yeah, during grad school, no, I didn't do any teaching. If you haven't seen The Exotic, that's ugly. That's like extremely ugly. Is it supposed to look like the Halo? Halo mods removed this. Sorry, this post is gone. Bring back an old classic with tons of potential. Crappy updates, bugs, and monetization overall not listening to fans. Why are the fans so mean? I'm Dr. Sprepper, if you remember me. Yeah, I remember that name from Purple. Dr. Sprepper. I think you were you a sub? Maybe around a year and a half sub badge? Somewhere in that window? Dr. Sprepper. It's literally the Magnum from Halo. Oh, and it has the Halo 1 sound too? That's so funny. It's so funny. How bad is your game if you're like, well, to celebrate our game, we're going to put stuff in it from another game? I'm taking shots. That's fine. You would have loved Lono as one of your professors? I'd be a professor, though. Don't you typically need a PhD? I don't know. Yeah, I would have enjoyed teaching. I would have. Some of the content that we're going to put over on Presents might kind of fall into a lane of like being more, philosophical, educational, whatever. Yeah, I'm going to live stream the Halo campaign. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I will live stream it for you. You'd be a great teacher, not blowing smoke. I've been told that many times. I've been in capacities where I've taught children, and I was always pretty highly praised for my ability to teach children, ages usually like 4 or 5 to teenagers, and was a lot of times was requested to teach because of my ability to teach. Hey, we got some coffee orders. Mr. Polar Bear getting some dark roast. Thank you, Mr. Polar Bear. And then a bag of Frickmas and a bag of dark to Dredgin' Buck. Taking the Madam Challenge, which is better, Frickmas or the dark roast. Thank you very much. Appreciate those coffee orders. Love to see it. Thank you guys so much. Anybody else wants to order coffee, you can use the coffee command or go to ragelessroast.com. If you can't sell your DLC because it's a crap model, just shove some nostalgia in it. Oh, golly. Probably like 3-ish months near the end. Oh, just 3 months. Okay, I thought it was a little bit longer. This channel's awesome. I'm excited to see the narration as you live stream the campaign. Well, thank you. If you guys like the channel and what we do here, I am a Safe for Work broadcaster, and we do this talk show format pretty much Monday through Friday, and we typically do gameplay in the afternoons. Most people treat me like gaming radio, so if you hit subscribe and the bell button, I'll always kind of be there in your sub feed on YouTube, so Monday through Friday you can kind of listen to me in the background. Usually a person with a master's degree can teach up to undergrad. Only PhD can teach master's students. Oh, well... yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that. So, let's go to another question here. One from Justin says, do you think companies announcing too early and overpromising causes situations like this? Do you think they should have just delayed the game again? I think this is sort of a misunderstanding of the problem. So this is sort of like the window dressing of the burning house. Like, it's like, okay, yeah, this is certainly a part of the building, but it's not the issue, right? Yeah, announcing really early and overhyping is a part of the equation. Is it a cause? I don't think it's like a causality. I don't think it's a spark or anything like that. No, I think what ends up happening is this is attached to a much bigger problem. The bigger problem is you have corporate level decision making going on that is purely based on budget and ROI, okay? And a part of that corporate level decision making is get the trailer ready, get the hype going in this month of this year. You see, it's an outworking of a bigger problem. The bigger problem being that most of these development companies have people at a corporate level making decisions that are not in line with the project's like deliverable possibilities. The nature of development right now, no company should be saying, oh yeah, our game will be out in 2 years, or our game will be out in 3 years. No. What most of these companies should start doing is shrinking their marketing cycle to 10 months. That's it. When you're in the final 10 months, you should know you've got proof of concept, you've gone through tech tests, alphas, maybe even betas, and you're like, yeah, we this thing's ready to go in 10 months. That's when you should start your marketing cycle. Why? A handful of reasons. Number one, you're saving the marketing dollars. Number two, your product will be so much closer to what's marketed. The reason that there's such a separation of like what we see and then 3 years later, we're like, what the frick is this? Watch Dogs, Anthem, The Division, like the games just look completely different than the initial marketing is because you marketed it before it was even actually a game. You marketed a concept. Like, if I come to you and I market a concept to you, I'm going to show you a blueprint. Here I have my motorized toilet plunger, and you're like, what on earth? Yeah, it's kind of hard sometimes to take the plunger and pull it up and down in a good way. What you do is you take this, you hold it, and then the internal motor takes the plunger and it goes, and it's very, very effective at pulling out even the most egregious, most awful clogs in your plumbing, right? And I have a blueprint because I'm marketing a concept to you that maybe you want to fund or something. The challenge with gaming is when they market the concept to us, it looks like the genuine article. It's like, well, yeah, that game looks phenomenal, but you're not looking at the game. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. It's like you're looking at a slice that was put into a contained box so that they could record a video. Let me get one of those. I just made that up off the top of my head. I don't even know if that's even a thing. But do you see, like, the idea being, when you see a video game at that point in its development, you are literally seeing a concept. You're looking at a blueprint and thinking, oh, surely it'll look like that. Now, obviously, if I come to you and I show you a blueprint for the motorized toilet plunger, the actual product that we end up with 4 years later will likely be very different than the blueprint. Maybe we ran into design problems. We had to waterproof it. And because we had to waterproof it, we had to use a different material. And the use of the different material led to a completely different casing. And the resin that we wanted to use had to be completely restructured. So you're like, nobody would say, I can't believe it doesn't look like the blueprint. Why? Because you understand. You're like, oh, that was the concept. It was an idea. The problem with gaming is that's not the way that it looks. It's like, that's a game I'm going to be able to play. I can't wait. And then 3 or 4 years rolls by and the game lands and you're like, what on earth is this? What happened? Well, the developers would love to come out and say, listen, what you saw 3 or 4 years ago was a dadgum concept. It wasn't a built game. It wasn't the genuine article. It was an idea. It was like, we hope one day to have a game that looks and runs like this. Stop showing us these things so early, because you're not showing us a product that can be purchased. You're showing me a concept that you hope comes to light. And that is the biggest problem with the video game marketing structure. It's like you're going by an old, stupid, archaic, ineffective marketing playbook. This doesn't work anymore. How many games do we need to stack up before these companies realize you can't keep doing this? I think they got away with it for a couple of years, and they think they still can. And Anthem and Cyberpunk are standing there bleeding and busted up saying, no, you can't do this. It doesn't work anymore. A big marketing budget is not good enough to make you enough money to gloss over these problems. People don't care if the game changes. They want a complete and working game, like Halo with no co-op, Forge, or replayable missions. GTA Definitive Edition, Battlefield 2042 missing more features than another Battlefield game. People just want a game that works. We're in the era now of pay now later, and we'll get to that, right? The reason that I really don't like this too is because so many people have said that, No Man's Sky shouldn't be the industry standard. That's a worrisome thing. And I continue to say, I don't think development companies are going to do that because you end up losing so much money. And yet, here we sit. It's like, I don't understand. Did you guys honestly think that this was going to work? Somebody was like, no, yeah, we'll just iterate our way out of this. It's totally fine. Loving the holiday sweater in the setup. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my kids gave me a little Christmas tree here. Last year, you guys couldn't see it. It was over in the corner, and I was on a green screen last year, so you couldn't see stuff that was out of the frame. So I don't know. I had so many people say that, and I thought, surely that's not going to happen, because why on earth would a company take that level of risk with their intellectual property? Like, why would somebody do that? It seems incredibly foolhardy and fraught with problems. Jimmy Page. Now, that's a good name. Unless you're not a Zeppelin fan. Thank you so much for hitting the membership button, for joining. Enjoy the dope badge and emotes. You are dope and deserve dope stuff. Don't forget that when you become a member here, you get increased access in our Discord. And this Friday night, we'll be doing some Halo games with you guys. And being a member is one of the primary ways we're going to try to get you guys in the games. So if you're a member on my other channel or this channel, make sure you're hanging out in the Discord. Look at Battlefield, Lono. The publishers hit the deadline launch window knowing it was busted, but I guarantee the publisher said launch it on time, we'll fix it later. Industry standard now. I like Zeppelin, named after an uncle, though. Well, it works out. 24-hour news cycle would be like, Jimmy Page, named after his uncle, Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin, ? More at 11. Come to find out, no, he's not related. Thanks for clicking. We appreciate the ad revenue. Is there anything that you do like about Halo Infinite? What do you mean, is there anything I do like about Halo Infinite? I've not played it yet. I played the multiplayer and thought it felt pretty good. But the Battle Pass is a disaster. The progress on the Battle Pass is a disaster. The store is a joke. And it's missing a basic expectation of a Slayer playlist and SWAT. So me liking the gameplay, I can't ignore all those things. As I said earlier, if you brought out a meal to me and the one piece of the meal was good and everything else was rotting and bad, I wouldn't be like, well, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just eat around those things. No, I would say, what is this? Tired of PlayStation putting out unfinished games? We need to start paying for this? Oh my gosh. Oh my. Are you a bot? Yeah, I know, man. There is this. I have it right here. I'm so glad you brought this up. It's just extremely important. I have a very long list here of all the PlayStation games that have launched incomplete. And I want you guys to take a close look at the list here. There's nothing on the list! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's not some list of PlayStation games launching incomplete. What are you talking about? What do you mean? You know, Daddy Microsoft doesn't look good, so I better take a swing. I better take a swing at Sony. A drunk guy swinging at a stop sign because you think it insulted you. What in the world? What in the world? There's substantially more games launching finished than like this. Right. I agree with you, Gene. Let me be clear here. I don't think it's an industry standard. I don't think most companies are saying, let's do this. I think if I was to sort of say, well, what's the commonality between all these games and companies? They're giant companies that think they can weather the storm. I don't think the industry as a whole is like, launch crap, we'll polish the turd later. I don't think most companies are doing that. Mathematically, I think you can prove this axiom true. You can just look at the industry and measure the number of games getting good reviews, launching on time, and being praised, and be like, how many are not doing that? And you'd be like, well, these 3 or 4. Well, what do they all have in common? Well, they're built by giant companies that think, well, we can weather the storm. Enough people will buy this nonsense, and then we'll fix it later. Battlefield, perfect example. Like, Battlefield just is like, well, yeah, we're big enough. We'll be fine. You know, we can charge full price for a multiplayer-only game in the wake of the industry changing to free-to-play multiplayer models. We're going to charge $80 to $100 for a busted, feature-lacking piece of trash. They're a big company. 343 and Microsoft are in a similar category. It's like, well, you're so big, and Papa Halo is such a established, iconic brand that you're basically like, yeah, well, you know, we'll survive this. India is the fastest growing video games market in Asia. We just released a new report on India's mobile and PC game market, which includes 75 slides, 56 data exhibits. We'll do a thread below with key takeaways. Wow. The funny thing is that a lot of the indie games finish polished to a mirror sheen. They need to build good faith. These massive publishers don't care. Yeah, like how many indies have we looked at this year alone that have been like, man, this is just such a good little game. Holy moly. You know, Death's Door is a great example. Just a very polished, complete, praiseworthy game. I hope it gets a couple of VGAs. Please tell me it's been nominated for some. This one's interesting. India's PC and mobile game revenue in 2021 is projected to reach $534 million, up 31%. Note, Nyko Partners does not include revenue from real money gaming in its market model. India's PC and mobile gamers in 2021 is projected to reach 339 million, up 21%. Money Christmas. It's also easier to build a house than a skyscraper. Sure, Eugene, sure, but there's an established way and companies that are good at building skyscrapers. So if I go to a company that's built skyscrapers before, I don't expect to have an issue. You know what I'm saying? Sure, indie titles have smaller scope, smaller end product, and smaller companies. It's easier to manage that project, right? Like the work that one department, you know, that worked on New World, like one department that worked on New World is essentially an indie company. And if what they worked on is really good and polished, that's an example of how a smaller team and a smaller scope manages to do something very well. The art department and the audio departments at New World, they've done a spectacular job. That's why indie titles tend to launch and they're better, sure. Making the indie comparison, I think, was more to say that it's not an industry standard to just launch crap and fix it later. I wasn't trying to say that, like, oh, indie titles are launching, why can't big guys figure it out? We were also drawing a comparison that the big guys can essentially weather the storm because they're so big. There's multiple facets at play here. A very large company with a very large marketing budget and a huge demand and brand awareness, top-of-mind marketing. Everybody knows Battlefield and Halo and Master Chief, so they can weather the storm. How many millions of copies will sell just because it's Master Chief and people are, oh, it's Halo, How many millions of copies of Battlefield sold just because people see it and they're like, oh, they brand recognize it, like, oh, yeah, and they buy it. It's just a trusted brand. So I think they weather the storm purely by their size, scope, their reach, their brand recognition, and that's why they're like, well, just launch it. We'll fix it later. We can iterate our way out of the woods. So, And again, I do think so often we do this sky is falling, the industry's in a shambles, the industry is awful, whatever. That I don't think is a fair representation of where we've landed. It's kind of like, we had this discussion a while ago. It would be like looking at reality TV and how it's just drivel and it's garbage and the production quality is poor and it's just very cheaply made, but it's watched by tons of people. You can't look at reality TV and be like, well, that's indicative of the entertainment business right now. Movies and TV are just trash. You'd be like, well, now, wait a minute. Did you watch the 10 years of the MCU? Have you seen Netflix and Disney Plus and Hulu? Like, we're in the golden age of television and movies. What are you talking about? You can't use, like, a slice of the industry to be like, well, the industry's just in a terrible state. The industry is awful in regards to working for big publishers. This is true. We know this is true, yes. But that doesn't represent gaming as a whole. It's a facet of the industry that is in terrible shape. Another coffee order. Thank you so much. Always good to see the coffee orders. 3 dark roasts and a Frickmas blend to Matasbo. Thank you, Matasbo. I greatly appreciate that. Our coffee makes for great stocking stuffers. If you're a light roast or a dark roast fan, you can always buy that and buy some extra for a friend, or get all 3 colors. The Frickmas blend is wonderful and tasty. All of our coffee has balanced acidity, so if you're not a coffee drinker, our light roast is one of the best introductory coffee blends to get. A medium-bodied coffee with honey undertones, a smooth finish, and balanced acidity. Balanced acidity makes it a lot easier to drink, way less bitterness, and it's easier on your stomach. We've had people say, I can't drink coffee because of my stomach, and they can drink ours. So if you're tuning in for the Halo Infinite release day, or you're looking for Halo Infinite gameplay, we will be diving into the Halo Infinite campaign gameplay later once it's installed on my Xbox, which there was no preload, so really looking forward to that fun experience with you guys. Thank you for being here. Smash the like button, hit subscribe, enjoy the conversation, take the poll at the top of the chat. You do have to subscribe to talk in my chat. We'd love to hear from you if you are new. Let us know what you think of my take. I did launch a rant this morning, which it seems like it's doing okay, about like the loss of trust and the lack of trust that's forming right now in the community. So, Frickmas is a great hot coffee. Dark roast is the way to go for cold brew, says Abe. Well, okay. I didn't realize that. Oh, you said that the other day, I think. I'd say they represent, or are they the face of... I'd say that they represent or are the face of gaming, but I agree. If you ignore EA and Activision and Take-Two, the industry has so many great games. Right. But Tazbo, you need help. I saw you snorting the coffee grounds in Discord. Mo says the dark roast is the best. There you go. Yeah, you can use the coffee emotes if you would like to let chat know what you think is the best. And this stream will be a little bit longer than our usual streams, mainly because of the launch window for the campaign. Like, I don't want to roll over to the gameplay stream and, you know, and be basically talking about talking about the like the idea of like, you know, I don't want to be over there like waiting for the freaking load. You know what I'm saying? Or just sitting for an hour. So we'll try and navigate that as well as best as we can. Happy to try. I can't wait to try the dark roast. Happy I'm able to support Lono. I appreciate that. Thank you. Stream holding. We need to add in Halo Infinite. That is the top search term today. Booyah! Hoping Halo content takes off for you. Thank you. We cover a lot of different games here, so if you've never been here before, we appreciate you clicking on the video and hanging out with us for a little bit. We cover New World. We cover From Software games, so if you're a big fan of From Software. We will be covering the Video Game Awards tomorrow night. I usually don't stream in the evening, but that's when they're doing it, so that's going to be a pretty long day. Cover a lot of just gaming news in general. We've talked about Cyberpunk recently, Star Citizen. So if you like variety gaming coverage and a safe-for-work broadcast, remember, subscribing is totally free, and we love to see new names in chat. We always appreciate that. The contributions to the discussions lately have been really enjoyable. We've definitely had a lot of new people coming in and bringing insight into things. I have like a. You ever pop your hip by like you just like kind of spread your legs and like stretch? I can feel a pop and it just won't do it. Ooh. All right. Last question in the queue currently from Nova Hands. Hey, Lono, what long-term effects could the live service element have on Infinite even if the launch is looking dicey? So you want to know what the live service elements, what kind of an effect, what long-term effects could it have? Well, I think in general, live service lives and dies on incentives to play. That's what I think. I think having a successful live service game rises and falls on incentives to play. And at a fundamental level, I think Halo Infinite's multiplayer is just a muddled mess in regard to that element. I'm not saying the entire multiplayer is a muddled mess. I'm saying in regard to incentive to play, it's just a muddled mess. The Battle Pass progression, the XP payout, the structure of the store, all of that, I think, makes it very difficult for the average player to get a sense of my incentive to play is this. Like, it's difficult to fill that blank in. Now, I've had people do what I think is a very, it's not a very thoughtful response, but it's a response nonetheless. We get people that say things like, well, why isn't it enough just to play for fun? Okay. Play for fun as an idea is totally subjective. I may think it's incredibly fun to play, Ghost of Tsushima on lethal, and it takes me forever to make progress. And you may think, that's terrible. I would never want to do that. Okay, well, it's subjective to me. So, in the same token, for somebody to boot up and play a PvP game over and over and over again, day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, having an incentive to play with a sense of progress, achievement, earnings, or whatever, things that you're getting, that to them is fun. So playing for fun is not some like bumper sticker you can slap on and act like, well, a game doesn't need a good battle pass or XP earn rates or incentives to play. Just play for the sake of having fun. You would be a terrible game designer if that was the posture that you took in the 2021 gaming landscape. People be like, what do you mean? There's no battle pass, there's no XP, there's no earn rate, there's no unlocks, there's no leveling up. What the frick am I doing then? A month or two in, you can't stand with your hands on your hips and be like, well, what happened to all the gamers who just played for fun? I'd be like, I don't know. Did you play Modern Warfare? Even back then you leveled up and unlocked stuff. Where have you been? This is an industry standard now. In a game that used to revolve around earnable armor, they completely cut the incentive to play that was built 15 years ago. Right. Would I ever be a CM? I wouldn't be a very good community manager because I wouldn't put up with all the crap. I mean, I would let people know what I think of them and be like, listen, it's important for idiots to be told that they're idiots. Like, not in a mean way, but like if somebody's saying something mean and hateful, I'd be like, you're being a mean and hateful person. That doesn't really work in the Funny enough, the people who throw around the word snowflake tend to be snowflakes themselves. Like, you know, they're mean and they're hateful, and if you tell them they're being mean and hateful, they come unglued like a child that has had their ice cream cone taken. It's like, my gosh, settle down. Like, you're being a belligerent, you know, jerk, and I think you need to be told that. And then they come unhinged. It's like, man, the fragility and the instability of people. It's like, what on earth, you know? You do teach through your stream in a way every day. Well, I appreciate that. I think Deadly Dad Gaming is behind. I don't think he's watching the live broadcast. The playing for fun argument falls down because they added a battle pass to the Master Chief Collection, and it was great because of the rewards. That is another, I think, very good point to add to the discussion is, listen, your Master Chief Collection had a battle pass, and people really liked it. So what on earth? You were praised for your battle pass in the Master Chief Collection. Like, why would you depart from that so much, right? The same people that say play for fun were chasing the armor looks in Halo 3 and Reach. Look at Fortnite. Game going to level or game going to whatever, as long as Epic keeps releasing new seasons. Oh, maybe you meant to say game going to last. I was behind just listening now to the live stream. No worries. How long did it take to get there? How long did it take to get where? What are you asking about in particular with what I just said? As long as I'm not ashy, I bought a skin, never changing it. Yeah, I mean, some people only buy one. Some people buy a new skin every other day. Some people might wait until there's a really, really good one. Everybody's a little bit different. For the Master Chief Collection Battle Pass, you're saying how long did it take to get there? I don't know. Are you justifying the lack of quality in the Battle Pass in Halo Infinite by saying that it took a long time for the Master Chief Battle Pass collection to reach a level of quality? That seems strange to me. I don't understand. If I look at my neighbor's house and you did a sunroom add-on for them and you learned some lessons, was kind of tough, and you got pretty good at it, and by the end the project looked great, and then I ask you to do it on my house and you come over to the sunroom and it's a disaster from moment one, I'd be like, what the frick? Did you not learn any lessons from the one that you built over there? What happened? It's a reasonable expectation for somebody to say, you guys learned a bunch of great lessons in community feedback in the Master Chief Collection Battle Pass. What did you not do here? Like, what did you not learn? It just seems ludicrous. Hey, Lono just subbed. Got an easy question for you. I'm not answering that kind of a question. You're more than likely a troll. Just subbed and called me Lono. That's interesting. No, I'm saying they have gotten started prior to the Master Chief Collection Battle Pass being good. Oh, they may have gotten started. I don't think that's a misdiagnosis, Butters, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. How do you not get this right? Or at least, all right, I'll say it another way. They're acting surprised. They're responding and saying things like, well, we weren't trying to make a bunch of money from you, or we weren't trying to do this, or we weren't trying to do that, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, wait, I don't understand. Like, you're acting as if this framework of criticism is surprising. You built the Master Chief Collection Battle Pass, got it to a level of greatness that was praised by the community, and so we're just supposed to always make it, like, I don't know. I'm totally fine having understanding with parallel development cycles where, while they were making improvements to the Master Chief Collection Battle Pass, they were also working on the Battle Pass for Halo Infinite. However, there are ground-level elements of stupidity in this Battle Pass. Do you understand? If I had a guy building my sunroom, to go back to that example, and he was using, 2x4s that were rotted for the window framing and the studs and stuff, I'd be like, what are you doing? It's a basic concept within construction work to not do that. There are basic fundamentals of battle pass structure, progression, and even the micro store that like are just absent from this battle pass. Do you understand? It's not even like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you had this cool thing that you did in the Master Chief Collection battle pass, 2 months ago, and it's not present in this battle pass. No, it's just a crap battle pass. No matter what, no matter how you look at it, they missed the mark. But they didn't even offer like a Bush League battle pass within the realm of like what the market would consider to be a good one right now. I don't know. That's my take. That's my take on it. Is sure. I could conceive of a world where the parallel development within 343 led to a battle pass that it led to a battle pass that did not line up to the quality and the improvements of the battle pass in the Master Chief Collection. Sure, I can see a world where that happened. But then don't reply to criticism as if you're like shocked. Why wouldn't you just come out and be like, listen, this battle pass is an early iteration. It's not quite where we would like it to be. We're striving to implement a lot of the great feedback that the Halo community provided to us in the Master Chief Collection battle pass. So you should have, I guess, faith and trust that we will get it to that level or whatever. I don't know. I think to me that's the issue. Play Halo 5 once a week, says Lee, with my friends for a few hours. We get all the cars because we knew this was the case. We bought the season pass for the DLC when it came out. Build a fun product and it will make money. Oh, not Halo 5. I'm sorry, Forza Horizon 5. I saw the H5 and thought you were talking about Halo 5. I was like, get all the cars. What are you talking about? Give me a quick issue of the Battle Pass issues. My son's been playing a lot, hasn't complained about it, but I haven't played at all, so I have no perspective on it. Progress is horrendous. You just can't progress. The leveling up takes forever. They sliced pieces of it off. It was originally going to be 120. Now it's only 100. Right? And and then the store. The way they've structured the armor coatings and stuff, like, it makes no sense. Like, it genuinely makes no sense, like, at all. What is happening on... Is YouTube... YouTube's having a problem again today. I don't know, yeah. YouTube's having a problem. I wonder how many players didn't bother with the Battle Pass and just bought one of the esports team skins. Yeah, it's possible. I've seen a lot of people wearing the esports skins. Yeah. I had to grind my butt off to get the Recluse in D2, one of my proudest achievements, but still frustrating. I think there's a definitive difference between grinding for a weapon that has inherent and long-standing value in combat and in gameplay, and like progressing on a battle pass. I think they're very, very different. It all makes sense, Lono. It's not a series of mistakes. It's a formulated and calculated design decision. Maybe. I mean, I've said this before, that some of this could be, intentional genius. Now, not all of it. Some of it just seems absolutely, inept and disconnected from reality. Like, okay, let's go back to what we were saying about how in 2019, Halo Infinite was in a shambles. So it's today, right now, in December, it's Halo Infinite release day, all right? So soon enough, we will be diving into Halo Infinite Live, right? Here we are. Well, let's go back to 2019. 2019, according to the Schreier, report that came out today, that the game was in a shambles. They were in what they were describing as crisis mode, okay? And they have to gut like 2/3 of the game, and they got to shrink the map, and they got to do all this stuff, right? Now, if all of that is true and an accurate description of the development process, and then it lands in 2020 and it's super embarrassing after being told that it needed to launch in November by Microsoft, and they delay it for a year, I can conceive, right?
I can conceive that the elements of like a battle pass and the store just didn't get good treatment in this process. The game's fragmented, the game's in bad shape, you know, and all these parts. Like, think of it this way: if the project is being mismanaged, the parts of the project will then subsequently have problems and be rough around the edges. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't have a good project manager, all the parts of the project are going to be rough. Now, some of the project elements may come out and look like, hey, this isn't too bad, right? Like, the cosmetic team did a good job. A lot of the cosmetics do look really good. But then the logistical structure of the cosmetics and the system that they build and the pricing within the Halo Infinite store, I would say no. That whoever managed that did a bad job, and because the project management and the direction of the game has been so poor, these things went by unchecked. The battle pass went by unchecked. You know, think about it. They clearly just didn't think through some of this. It's like, so they announced before the game even came out that the Halo Infinite Battle Pass, right? The new Halo Battle Pass was going to progress with challenges, and everybody sort of immediately says, no, this isn't going to work. This is bad. This has been done before, right? This has been something that we've seen before. And because we've seen this thing before, you guys should have learned from when, like, Titanfall tried to do this. I don't know, man. The terrible progression based on challenges, minor XP, the swaps, and the pricing and the structure, I refuse to believe that they're that inept. I just happened to fit in it, and it just happened to fit together perfectly. I wouldn't describe it as inept. I would just describe it as not combed over. It's like, well, here's our initial concept. We feel like this is going to be pretty good for, you know, player freedom, player progression, and then, you know, giving people the option to choose to pay money if they want, right? And then nobody looked at it with like an eye of scrutiny to be like, now wait just a minute though, you know, this isn't going to work. Think of it this way, Eugene. What if their concept of the battle pass progression had to be arbitrarily slowed way down because of the 6-month season? What if the season was 3 months long and progression was built around a 3-month season? I don't know if we'd be having this conversation. I don't think we'd be having this conversation. I think people would be like, oh no, yeah, you move along in the battle pass pretty well, pretty quickly. And if you don't want to, you can buy a boost, or maybe if you don't like the challenges are extra if you need them. But because they stretched everything out, all of a sudden the design framework of the battle pass is like this is horrible. You think they're surprised people have 100 hours and are only halfway through the season? No, I don't think they're surprised, because I think somebody said somewhere, because of, think about it, everything comes from the fractured nature of the game, right? Everything fractures from there. What's good, Atwood? So the game is fractured, ripped apart, torn apart, and they're trying to rebuild it, right? This led to them saying, well, we're going to have to make the season last for 6 months. And the guys that designed the battle pass in the storefront are like, well, that's not going to work very well. We built the battle pass and the items and everything with the idea that it would be like maybe a 3 or a 4 month long season. So the progression through the battle pass is built for that. I mean, halfway through the pass? I know, Eugene. I know what you mean. It's built and structured with a progression system. So the Halo battle pass is structured in a way that you will progress, and if you play over the course of 6 months, it will last, you know, a chunk of that time. So if you take those 100 hours and you spread them out for the average player, that's going to get you pretty far in the 6 months. It's going to get you, halfway through the 6 months. You take 100 hours and you divide it into threes, you get 33. You get 33 hours. And let's see here. So you get 33 hours a week divided by 7 days a week. That's almost 5 hours a day. Seemingly. Well, wait, no, I think I did that wrong. Did I do that right? So 100 hours spread over 3 months is 33 hours. Yeah, I did that wrong. Hang on a second. 33 hours for the month divided by 4 weeks is 8 hours a week. It's 8 hours a week. And if you think about the way they've structured the games, right? First, second, third, and fourth and all of that, they envisioned you playing, if you divide 8 hours over the course of the week, you're averaging, you're not playing every single day, but, you're averaging, 1 to 2 hours a day. That, to me, I don't, you see what I'm saying? Assume 200 hours to finish the pass. Yeah. No, I'm telling you, it's structured that way on purpose. They envision you playing roughly 1 to 2 hours, roughly every other day. 1 to 2 hours will get you your your 4 between 5 and 7 games. You keep coming back and getting that XP, and then you're done. The 4th or the 5th month, you're done somewhere in that ballpark. I'm telling you, I think this is exactly what they did, and this is why it looks so bad. Halo Infinite gameplay can be amazing. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They had to take it and stretch it out. And again, so that's why I'm like, I don't want to assert and assign malice under every rock and tree. It's like, I don't think they were like, oh yes, we're going to get everybody, right? We're going to get them to spend money. No, I think they built a battle pass in a storefront that was meant to last for 3 to 4 months, not 6. Just scale it back, Eugene. Think about it. If you scale that back, it's like, well, no, it can't take that long. It can't take that long. If it takes that long, then people aren't going to be done in 3 to 4 months. You got to speed it up. You got to make it last. Well, if you're going to make it last, they would speed it up. And then you would be finishing the 3rd or 4th month and you'd be done with the battle pass. And you wouldn't have felt like, my gosh, this is so slow. They must want me to spend money. Does it make sense? I'm not defending them and being like a 343 apologist. I'm saying, as far as I can tell, these are symptoms of another problem. These are not symptoms of a money-hungry company that's like, we're going to make it so painful to progress, they're going to feel like they need to spend money. I don't think so. I think because of the game's fractured state in 2019, delayed from 2020 into 2021, I think they naturally had all these degradations of their plans. So now instead of being able to do a season and 3 or 4 months later have another season ready to rock and roll, they need the first season to last for 6 months, and that ruins all the pacing that they built. Here's a good example. Look what happens to Destiny gameplay and the content loop and the player base numbers in Destiny when a season goes beyond 3 months. Look at what happens. The player base numbers dwindle, and they dwindle fast. Why? Because the content was paced to last for, 1.5 months for the hardcores and 2 to 2.5 months for the casuals. But when you get to the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th month, because you've had to just elongate how long the season lasts, it's like, I'm done with my battle pass. There's nothing to do. This wasn't paced for this. Now, let's imagine if Destiny arbitrarily said, well, we know that season number 18 or whatever is going to be a 6-month season, so we've slowed down XP earn rate on the battle pass so that it lasts that long. People would be so irritated. They'd be like, why are you doing this? You just want us to pay silver to level up our battle pass. You're just trying to make us spend money. And it's like, well, no, I think this is more indicative that they've tried to spread the battle pass to last longer than it was designed for. There are 40 challenge swaps and 20 XP boosts in the battle pass. 1.5 months. My buddies are lucky if they aren't done by the 2nd week. Well, I mean, I think there's hardcores, Ashen, and then there's the no-lifers. I think the no-lifers are like the 1%. I don't think, I do not think, I don't think the no-lifers count in my sort of framing of it. Yeah, we've quoted that article, Jason, the Schreier article. We've quoted that a few times. I'm referencing it multiple times when I say 2019 they were in crisis mode. I mean, I'm looking forward later for, to have a Halo Infinite live, gameplay stream with you guys. I'm looking forward to that, but my goodness, his article is very telling. It's very, very telling. What's the origin of the Battle Pass name? Fortnite called it that. Because it was the battle bus. You were on the battle bus, and they gave you a battle pass. It's rooted in the game mode name, which is Battle Royale. Right? Fortnite Battle Royale, you're on the battle bus, and there's a battle pass. I have over 3,000 hours in Destiny. It takes me a month and a half to finish Destiny 2 seasons. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the no-lifers that just go absolutely insane and, like, skip work or, you know, do a 16-hour stream, you know, 5 days in a row. You know what I'm saying? Once those view bots load in, you can't shut the stream down. We got to take that out in post. We got to take that out in post. My buds aren't really no-lifers. They just get tired of the activity because you're forced to do it so much. And generally speaking, I didn't feel like they structured the content that way. A lot of the times the activity was time-gated, spread out, and you had to do lots of other things before you could really run the activity. So I don't know. That seems odd. That seems odd. That was always a primary complaint. When Lono delivers the shade. I'm confused. Don't make me defend Destiny, but I felt like they structured the last couple seasons that I played. I didn't feel like I had to run the same activity over and over again. I felt like there was a lot of different things to do. I don't know. Excited to be here for the release. Yo, what's good, Lightleap? What is good? If you guys are enjoying the show, remember, it's free to hit subscribe and the like button. Would love to see the likes roll over to 300. Let's roll the likes over to 300. If you're new and want to talk in the chat, be sure to subscribe. You can also take the poll at the top of the chat. What feature that's not going to be in the game at launch would you like to see added first? If you were in charge, which thing would you hit first? Which one? Let us know by taking the poll. I am a Safe for Work broadcaster, so a lot of people subscribe. They hit the bell button, so they're always here Monday through Friday, and they treat me like video game radio. You can keep me on in the background. You don't got to worry about the language I'm going to use, and we appreciate you being here. They finish the season in 2 weeks, but they get tired of the activity in 2 weeks. What am I reading right now? I'm not excited to watch a campaign. I'm only excited to watch you play it, Lono. Oh, really? Why is that? Why is that? I love playing matches. I don't like backing out of a game mode I don't enjoy. Yes, yeah. That's the problem when you don't give people the volitional choice. Somebody said that they didn't want to let people have a Slayer mode because they felt like that would make the OBJ modes toxic. And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? I don't understand what you just said. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's like you have a group of children, and half of the children want to play dodgeball, and half of the children would like to play hopscotch. And you're going to make them all play hopscotch. Because you're like, well, we don't want hopscotch to become toxic. You do realize it's going to become toxic because you're funneling people to hopscotch that would prefer not to play it. They'd rather play dodgeball. So they're going to play dodgeball within hopscotch, and everybody's going to be irritated. Why are you throwing balls at us? This is hopscotch. Well, I mean, I know it's not within the rules and the confines of the game, but I'm going to play hopscotch like it's dodgeball because I'm not allowed to play dodgeball right now. I'm being forced to play hopscotch. It's like, do you understand human behavior? I don't understand. Like, do you understand human behavior? I'm literally in the top 1% playtime, and I'm not even done in close to 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't know. I love you, Ashen, but your friends are representative of one of the reasons I don't miss covering that game. I don't miss engaging with that sort of... I just don't... I don't miss that. I didn't enjoy engaging with those sort of sentiments every single season. It was like, what on earth? Like, well, I play in a very particular way, and I play a lot, and there are certain things I don't like and certain things I do like, and my conclusion is that, yeah, there's just not enough to do. I'm done in 2 weeks, and it's like, okay. Oh, okay. You know? Like, all right. I don't know. It's like, I don't like playing Monopoly. The game goes by way too fast. What do you mean it goes by way too fast? Well, we start the game by giving people property automatically and giving them money automatically, and we skip a lot of the basic rules of the game, and, you know, ultimately it makes the game go by too fast. I was like, well, you're not even what? You're not playing Monopoly then. If you're new and you're tuning in and you're looking for Halo Infinite gameplay or a Halo Infinite live, you know, gameplay stream, we will be doing that later. There is no preload, though, so we are going to have to suffer through, unfortunately, downloading it along with everybody else. I have pretty good internet, though, so we're hoping that Microsoft can download pretty fast. Usually my Xbox downloads significantly faster than Steam, so we should be able to ride the front of the install wave. I'm hoping. Any future launches of games that don't have preload, I will always do it on my consoles, because the Steam download speeds are just atrociously bad. So, what time does it go live? 1 p.m. Eastern, Zubair. It sounds like your friends need to own more than one game. Tell them to go play Warframe or touch some... What? Can someone explain to me? I need to look this one up. I need to look this one up. Touch some grass. Does that just mean go outside? Is that what that means? Something you say when somebody's acting disconnected from real life. So basically, like, go outside. Go look at the real world. Touch some grass. I love it. I love that the encyclopedic sort of like Rolodex of insults that the internet comes up with. You know what I'm saying? Dude, just go touch grass. Oh man, it makes me laugh. It really does. The level of creativity, it does. I take entertainment, like the internet. My brother said this the other day in a tweet, not in a tweet, I'm sorry, in a text message. Somebody in our group message with me and my college buddy friends sent something very, very funny. And my brother was like, the internet's undefeated. And it's like, it really is. Really is undefeated. I have no idea what most of it means, so I just laugh. I'm such a boomer. It's all right. It's okay. Giving humans what they think they want is not correct. I'm sorry. Are you quoting Mao or Pol Pot or something? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? Is that... Wait a minute. Is that Ultron from Age of Ultron? What are you quoting, Paul? Giving humans what they think they want is not correct. I think I know where you're going with this. Like, sometimes in games, people ask for something that they don't want because you have to protect players from themselves. Maybe that's what you're driving at. I don't even know if being a boomer is a thing anymore. Being 44 is rad. Well, if you're not a boomer, boomer comes from the term baby boomer. Your parents were baby boomers, not you. You're 4 years older than me. You can't be a boomer. It's not possible. Let's go to the next question. We got another one in here. We got two right now on the docket. We got one from Brett. Is there any chance that the progression has something to do with the Battle Pass sticking around as long as you purchased it? No, okay, so this is a good question, but I think you're incorrect in your guess. I think the Battle Pass progression is linked to the fact that the season's supposed to last for 6 months. I actually talked about this in another video. They're cannibalizing their own anti-FOMO stance. Let me explain what I mean. Their anti-FOMO stance is this. You can always go back and do the Battle Pass from Heroes of Reach. Isn't that nice that you don't feel forced? Isn't that nice? You can always go back and you can always do that Battle Pass. Well, with the current progression systems and how long it takes, who in their right frickin' mind is going to do that? Well, I missed out on Season 1. Let me go back and let me work on this Battle Pass. 100 hours later. What the what? I'm never going to be able to catch up to the second season. I'm always going to be basically chasing my tail. I'm never going to catch up. Now, maybe they'll implement something that if you do an expired Battle Pass, they'll double the earn rate on that Battle Pass so that it's easier to hack through it. But you're like, well, we're in Season 4. That's from Season 1. Every time a new season comes out, the oldest season gets a little bump in progression speed. I don't know. It's not always 6 months, only the first one. Right, Mo, you're getting where I'm going. You're jumping ahead of me, and it's an important point to point out what you just did. when you get into the second and third seasons that only last 3 months, the first season's battle pass can't be structured around earn rates of 6 months. Or I'm sorry, the earn rates of XP when you're in the second and third season can't be what they are now, because what they are now is built around a 6-month season. That's why it doesn't work. That's why it won't work. You can always go back and do that 6-month-long battle pass where you have whole other battle passes or more in your hands as well. Yeah, you're going to have battle passes structured around 3 or 4 month seasons as opposed to 6, and there'll be a dissonance in it won't make sense. So that's the point that I'm making. Like, they're going to have to address this, because if not, it cannibalizes the anti-FOMO structure of the battle pass. Like, no worries, no fear of missing out. You can always go back and do an expired battle pass. Well, who the frick cares if the progression is so awful? No one's going to do... Well, no, who's going to do that? That's not good. $100, they're done at the same time. Zero reason not to. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Boomer is just a term that Zoomers have adopted to call people older than them old people who are uncool and couldn't possibly understand. Right. I'm a millennial and superior to Gen Xers. Over here we call Gen Xers the hamburger and fries generation. I am terribly sorry to report this to you, but if you want to compare Gen Xers to millennials are probably they're pretty embarrassing generation. They're pretty embarrassing. It's not their fault. They were given a trophy for waking up in the morning, but the millennial generation is pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Some of it's not their fault. They were promised the world. All they needed was a college degree. And no, I am not millennial. No, I'm in between. I'm on the tail end of the Gen Xers and on the very, very beginning of the millennials. I'm not a millennial. No, I'm a Gen Xer. If you're a millennial, you should be embarrassed by your generation. You should be. Aren't you a millennial being 40? I was born in 81. I'm on like the tail end of Gen X and the very beginning. I'm in the middle. I'm in the gap, which is why I have the work ethic of my dad and a sense of like wanting purpose from my work from the millennials. I have kind of like both exists in my mind. I have the millennial idea that like work should give me a sense of purpose and satisfaction and meaning, right? Because my dad's generation, the boomer generation, thinks within the realm of like work is giving you a sense of duty and honor. We don't think that way as millennials. Even Gen Xers don't really think that way. But I have my dad's work ethic, and I have the work ethic of a Gen Xer, but I see what I'm saying? I'm like a hybrid. 1980 to 85, you're literally a millennial. I don't claim to be a millennial. I was born 2 years too late. No. It takes a long time for the mentality of a generation to shift, so I'm right at the beginning of the millennials, which is why I think more like a Gen Xer. It takes a long time for that generational shift to happen. I was like a junior or a senior in high school when they were trotting out like the self-esteem movement and the everybody gets a trophy movement. I was like a junior or a senior in high school. So, you are by definition not a millennial? That's fine. If people can assert what they are by simply claiming it, I can assert that I'm not a millennial by just claiming it. I don't have the mentality, posture, or behavior of millennial. I don't. What marks the millennials is their I'm special for showing up entitlement, and they're trapped in inexhaustible college debt. Like, that's not me. The gap, aka the thing Lono, the millennial made up to cope with the fact that he doesn't want to be a millennial. I'm too early in the millennial structure. That's why like I said, I think more like a Gen Xer. Why? I was around Gen Xers. I hung out with Gen Xers, so I think more like them. Check it out. There are a lot of good reads on this topic. Lono's obviously done some of that reading. The real millennials don't start until the 90s. I'm with you. I'm 82. Yeah, that divide, like the first 10 years that you're grouping us all in, if you were born in the 80s, you tend to not think like that. You don't think like that. Facts don't care about your feelings. Oh, shut up. You didn't even write it correctly. Facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah, facts care about spelling things right, Wheezy. Trapped in inexhaustible college debt. Yeah, the millennial generation is defined by a heightened sense of entitlement, a sense of being owed something, and inexhaustible college debt. Like, it's a terrible cocktail. Why they're all grumpy. They're all grumpy, baristas going into Twitter wars because they can't solve the problem in their life, so they try to solve problems that are enormous. An entire generation's marked by that. I'm not like that. Generation is defined by birth years. Not in the way that I'm talking about it. No. You can use the generational label as a colloquialism to describe a general posture and attitude. A generation. It's a culture, right? It's a culture. You can use it to refer to that culture, that subset, like the higher learning, whiny, like baristas who can't get rid of their debt and they think they're owed the world, right? Like, I'm not in that generational culture. I'm not. I adhere to the culture that came before. I more adhere to a boomer work ethic with a Gen X sentimentality about work. Sure, my birth certificate says, yep, he's a millennial. Not up here, I'm not. Not up here, I'm not. You can't move the goalposts to determine the generations. It's set by birth year. I can, because within the realm that I'm talking about it, I'm not talking about birth year. I'm talking about a cultural trend and a mentality that I don't share. I am not a millennial. Sure, on my birth certificate, yeah, I'm a millennial. But within the realm of the cultural shift and the generational ideas and the work ethic and the way they view the world, they're what's it called? Their Weltanschauung or whatever. That is something that I do not consider myself a millennial. Absolutely not. I don't care. Looking at my birth certificate doesn't define me. Like, you're going to get in hot water if you start saying that my birth certificate defines who I am. You're going to end up like Dave Chappelle. Let the hearer understand. I feel like coming up with your own definition of generation to make yourself better is pretty millennial. No. If you read the descriptions and the behavioral patterns and thoughts and the general psyche of the millennial generation, I don't fit the markers. If you didn't know how old I was, if you did not know how old I was, you wouldn't think that about me. You wouldn't. You would say, from the outside looking in, is this person symptomatic of the millennial generation? And you'd say, no, he's not. And I'd be like, well, here's my birth certificate, right? 100% mental gymnastics? No, these aren't mental gymnastics. I'm 27, born 94, share similar viewpoints to you. You and I are both millennials. You're generalizing a small portion of the vocal minority of the generation. No. In the realm of talking about the culture, the millennial culture, I'm not a millennial. I'm not. Being a Capricorn doesn't define me, but I can't pretend I'm a Gemini. I'm born in January, so I'm a Capricorn. But no, because that's not a culture, though. Capricorn and Gemini are not a culture. I can refer to millennials as a culture, as a worldview, as a mindset, and be like, yeah, I'm not millennial. I don't consider myself a millennial. I consider myself more Gen X. I'm more boomer Gen X than I am millennial. There is no millennial culture. That's hilarious to assert that. Sure there is. You're going to try and tell me there's not a boomer culture? There's not a Gen X culture? What kind of sociological commentary is that? What do you mean? There is definitely a boomer culture. There is a millennial culture. What do you mean there's not a millennial culture? There is. There are worldview trends, opinion trends. There are tastes in music and literature. There 100% is something that could be described as boomer culture. What are you even talking about?
You have to include, I don't consider myself, when you say it. You literally said, I'm not a millennial. So if a trans person says that they're a woman, they have to include, I don't consider myself a man. I have to live and abide by 1981 defining me as a person. Man, you guys sound like a bunch of boomers. You can't define me by my birth year. You can't. I don't allow it. I don't allow it. You would never use that line of thinking. There are members of this community who are trans, and you would never say that to them. You wouldn't. Well, every time you have to say, I don't consider myself. No, they would say, no, I am this. They're saying the entire idea right now is that you can define who you are, right? You're defining us as millennials? No. Within the realm of a cultural description of a general trend that we see within the millennial generation, I don't fit there. I don't. So it's totally fair. Just like there could be people that are boomers on paper, but they were born right at the end of being a boomer, and they don't live, act, talk, and think like a boomer. And you'd be like, well, you're a boomer on paper. And they'd be like, well, I don't think like that. I find myself more akin to, Gen Xers. You're still part of the mathematical generation. That's fine. I wasn't talking about that when I said that. I wasn't saying that like, oh, according to the date of my birth, I'm not a millennial. I was speaking within the realm of like that frame of mind and that culture. That's what I was doing. I was saying I'm not a millennial. I don't think like them. I don't, you know what I mean? Millennials are a 40-year spanning generation. It doesn't matter if you think closer to Gen X. Your generation's millennial. To loop 40 years of people into one basic is generalizing. Well, I'm not looping them into one basic thing. I'm saying there are basic character traits and markers that you would summarize that generation. You would do the same thing with baby boomers. There are literal books on this. There are books on the character traits and the culture, right, of a baby boomer. You can describe the general thought, work ethic, and behavior of baby boomers. That is something that you can do. Like, I'm not saying something that's insane. You're acting like it's a black and white issue. Like, it's not. You can define a generation by its markers and its behaviors, right? Yeah, even this thing is saying which generation are you? Gen X is ending at 79, and then Xennials, like a middle one, right, is 1975 to 1985. They consider there to be overlap there. An Xennial is like you're born between Generation X and Millennial, so you're sort of a hybrid. That's literally what I was saying a moment ago. Christina just put it in the Discord. I don't know where this chart came from, but they consider like 1975 to 1985 to be a hybrid decade, basically, of 10 years. And then once you get into 80 to 94, these are millennials. But the people that were born 85 and back, they don't necessarily fit. It's more like, well, we're more of a hybrid. We're talking about something that's immaterial, right? We're talking about an idea that, like, well, we can define or have a label for a generation based on when they were born. I wasn't speaking about that as a category. I was speaking about the idea that, like, baby boomers and Gen Xers and millennials have ways of sort of thinking. There are trends within work ethic, worldview, religious affiliation, political leanings. Like, all of these things, or I'm sorry, maybe not political leanings, political philosophy. All of these things are ways that you can sort of look at generations and define them and say, these were the things that we saw during this generation's, adult years. And I'm saying I'm not a millennial if you look at it in that way. They define Xennials, or is it grumpy millennials like you? I don't know. I don't know who came up with the terms.
Like I said, it would be no different than somebody born very, very late on the tail end of the baby boomer generation and being like, I really don't fall into these descriptions or these trends with boomers. I don't. That's how that person would feel. They'd be like, I'm more like this newer, younger generation that's coming up. I like their music. I like the way they think, their political philosophies. I'm more aligned with them. Lumping people into group seems counterproductive as it leads to stigmas and generalities. No, I don't think so. I think lumping people into groups is helpful if it's done from a way of understanding so that you can interact with that group in an empathetic and understanding way. Like, I can lump people into a group and say, these people over here are, atheists, and these people over here are Democrats, and these people over here are Muslim. That's helpful to understand some of the trends and the cultural beliefs and the cultural customs or the worldview leanings of a particular group of people, because it helps you understand and interact with them in a respectful way and an empathetic way. I actually think being anti-label, being anti-category just isn't helpful, because it's like, well, no, you have to acknowledge that a person like born in like the 50s in America, like a black man born in the 50s, you have to acknowledge the things that he's gone through and his history and the country and like his experiences to be empathetic to him. Does that make sense? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think labels are fine. I don't think they're just as dangerous as people make them out to be. So, yeah, that's good. That's good discussion. We need to get back on track here. We need to get back on track here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to deny basic math. That's not what I was attempting to say. You know, I wasn't attempting to be like, wink, wink, I was born in 1979. Like, I'm not trying to forge my driver's license here, okay? I'm not trying to do that. Labels allow you to make assumptions. That's a choice you make. It's not inherent to the label. You making assumptions is a volitional or subconscious choice that you make, and that's on you. That's on you. Not the label's fault. Not the label's fault. Right? We're visual creatures, right? I can look at a person visually and come to assumptions about them just based on their visual appearance. It's not wrong to look at people. It's not wrong to say we're visual creatures. The visual, like, consumption of what someone looks like doesn't justify. That's not the problem. The problem would be what I do with that information. Look at Halo Infinite store for this week. Oh, did they update it? When did they update it, Logan? Like, how often are they updating it? Who gave them the participation trophies? Boomers and Gen X. Why do you think it's so frustrating, Wheeze, to be where I am in the spectrum, right? I saw the generation older than me treating the generation younger than me in a really stupid and foolish way. That's uniquely frustrating. To be in that gap in the middle, landing in 81, you're like, what? Why? Watching boomers and the Gen Xers say, oh, we should give trophies to everybody. And we're sitting here in the middle saying, no. I've inherited just enough of my dad's work ethic to know that this is a terrible idea. They update it daily? They update it every Tuesday? Getting two different answers here. Noberto with 8 months, and it's a tier 2. Welcome back, Noberto. You're not wrong. And right now, you're looking like a whole snack. Happy 8 months. Thank you, Noberto. People really like it when I wear the sweater, so I don't wear it that often. I don't want to wear out its welcome. Get it? Wear. It's every Tuesday. It says it in the shop's menu. Okay, thank you. Every Tuesday they update it. So it's been updated yesterday. Okay, so they updated it yesterday. As one person put it best, boomers and Gen X like to blame millennials for everything wrong with the country when we haven't even started taking power yet. That's good. That's a good one. That's a good one. Don't quit your day job. This is my day job. I was basically told you get nothing, you lose. When I was in my mid-teens, I started to see all the younger kids get participation trophies, and I didn't understand it. Yeah, it was really odd. I think I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people born 81 to 85, I would bet you a lot of people feel the way that I do. We don't want to be called that. We don't want to be called millennial. Don't call us that. We don't want to be looped. We don't want to be looped in with this stuff. And we hated watching it happen. I mean, imagine being like a 16-year-old and knowing that the self-esteem movement's stupid. Like, you're 16 and you're like, this is dumb. This is a really bad idea. And you're 16. Like, it wasn't that hard to see the foolishness of it. Master Ty with 4 months of membership. Welcome back, Master Ty. Christina says 100%. 100% Lono. I'm from 82. 100% says Noble. Yes, I agree. I'm 85. I feel that way, says Eugene. Born 82. Agree 100%. Yeah, see? Still a millennial. Okay. We've established that, though. I'm not denying what my birth certificate or my driver's license says. I wasn't denying that. I wasn't. I was literally putting to words what everybody just said they're frustrated by. I was putting that to words. Like, I'm not a millennial. No. It's used in different ways. It's not always used to describe somebody's birth date. It isn't. I told my workplace I was going to be using for anyone fix the issue. Oh, I've not heard of this. So you don't do they them. You don't even use a pronoun at all. How do you do that? Can you go get Dave and Sally? My brain is breaking. Bring them here. How do you do that? How do you just not do it? You don't. So you would just avoid a sentence like that. You would just say, can you go get Jim and Sally? I need Jim and Sally. You just use their name. I'm fleshing this out. I've never heard of somebody doing this. I've heard people dropping all the way to they them just because you don't ever misstep. Using a name, you can't misstep. I need Jim and Sally to come down to the lunchroom. Will you go get Jim and Sally? When Jim and Sally get here, can you tell Jim and Sally to open up the doors because people are going to be coming in to find Jim and Sally? Yeah, it does start to sound stupid because this is a speech thing, right? As an orator, you want to avoid using repeat statements. You want to start to use different words. So if you want to say something is rough, and then in the next sentence you want to establish that it's very coarse feeling. See how I went from rough to coarse? If you just say rough, it just starts to sound like a dog, or rough. Like you alter your word usage. So having to use their name that much will start to sound a little, I think, maybe slightly silly, but I guess there's no flaw in it. It's not inaccurate or grammatically incorrect. It certainly is avoiding a mistake. Can't even use they them because then they can claim that's not what they want used. Oh golly, I never thought about that. I mean, but interesting. I don't know if anybody would do that, but still. Maybe the millennial sentimentality is a made-up facet of a fake culture war meant to disparage people pushing for change. I don't understand. So you don't think there's a generational mentality that is very much incredibly frustrated because they both have this sense of entitlement that was ground into them, but they tend to, as a generation, have inexhaustible college debt. You don't think that's a generational trend that we can talk about within that category, within that generation, which has led to a lot of the trends we see in culture right now, the behavior on social media, the polarization, like, I don't know. You would still be able to use they, them as plural, referring to a group. Yeah, that is true, because you're not referring to them individually. You could say, go get Jim and Sally. They are needed upstairs, because you're not assigning it to them individually. You're assigning it to that group unit, and I think that would be considered fair. But again, some of this gets linguistically stupid because people that don't understand the English language are potentially getting upset by things that are that are nonsensical, right? Like if somebody were to get upset about that, well, you can't call me that. You can't refer to me as a they, them. I'm like, well, I'm not referring you to as a they, them. I was referring to a unit of people, and that's completely and totally fair. Anecdotally, I saw the difference in my classroom. We had a lot of Xers, military folks come through, mostly millennials, but the occasional Xer would yield a pretty obvious contrast. Yeah. Push against the entitlement. It's a product of people working hard to achieve things they were promised their hard work would get them, realizing it was BS and pushing for systematic changes. Here's where you're wrong, Eugene. Here's where you're wrong. All you have to do is look at the restructuring and the sensitivity and the fracturing of higher learning in college campuses. That happened before people had degrees and weren't making tons of money. They were literally in college. They were in the higher learning environments, and they were absolutely showing trends of entitlement with respect to grades, with respect to safe spaces, with respect to people disagreeing with them being dangerous. No. That sentimentality existed prior to graduating and being like, where's my 6 figures? Oh my gosh, the job market sucks and I have tons of debt. The entitlement existed before that. It is certainly part of what you're saying. Yes. 100%. They were promised the world if they just get a degree. And that didn't happen. So they're all, they're working at Starbucks and they're angry at the world. And I sympathize and empathize with their anger. I do. Millennials are the generation that have the highest skill level of new workers of any generation. So far, Gen Z is probably going to beat us. Yeah, because they're having so much of the technology just built into their learning. Visme Mateo says, will there be co-op in the campaign release? No, the Halo Infinite release, it's here. Today is the day. We will be doing a Halo Infinite live gameplay stream this afternoon in about an hour. Co-op is not there. That's why there's a poll at the top of the chat. We've gone way off the rails here. We talk about a lot of different things. So if you're new and you're like, what in the frick is going on? We've been streaming for close to 3 hours. Generally, when we get on the back half of a stream like this, we can get a little bit off topic. If you've been enjoying the discussion about games or other things, I am a Safe for Work broadcaster. So be sure to hit subscribe and take the poll at the top of the chat. These are features that will not be in the game at launch. Which one would you add first if it was up to you? If you could push a button and add one of those features. Games available, 1 hour, 5 minutes we'll be able to install it. I need to go. We need to get back on. We need to get back on track here with the hour runway leading up to the game's launch. We can't be debating generational differences. That we got to start doing that stuff on SNTR Presents, which we have a good video coming today about. I watched a Devin Nash video, and it really sparked a line of thinking in me that I do not think the purple platform will be able to beat YouTube. Purple platform will not beat YouTube is what my video today is about. And I think I make a pretty compelling argument. Obviously, I'm biased. It's my argument, but I think it's pretty compelling. We got a question from KitKat that we haven't gotten to yet. How do you feel about the Battle Pass being infinite? The Battle Pass is never going to expire even after the season is over. You will be able to make progress on the pass of your choice. It's a wonderful decision. It's a wonderful decision. There should have been an all of the above. No, the point of the poll is to make you choose. I want to know what the community prioritizes. Letting you choose all of the above wouldn't tell me anything. It would just tell me, well, a bunch of people are angry and want it all. I want it all. That's not helpful. That's not the purpose of a poll. The purpose of the poll is to establish a triage of hierarchy. What does the community that stopped by today value the most? It doesn't help me to give you It doesn't help me to give you a all of the above option. It's pointless. Of course everybody would have chosen that. It'd be a 90-10 split. Everybody would have chosen all of the above. Calvin peeing on the purple logo. We're not being antagonistic. I'm trying to be factual. My favorite thing now is whenever I make a video about the purple platform, somebody's like, this just seems like sour grapes. I got your sour grapes right here, is what I want to say to those people. So no, I think this is a great choice. I think not having FOMO, the ability to always go back and run the battle pass, is brilliant. But as we said a little bit ago, I believe their slow progress structure in the current realm, I think, is not going to work long term, because you're never going to want to go back and do one. It's going to take too long, right? This is a PG broadcast. Sour grapes make delicious wine. Yeah. But you talk about it all the time. Spend 3 hours talking only about Halo. Yeah. I got another guy lecturing me on Twitter about how I should move on. And like a sensitive little baby, he didn't appreciate me not taking his advice. And just like, oh, thank you. I referred to it as an unhelpful platitude, and he got so butthurt. Like, gee, many Christmas. Snowflake doesn't do it justice. To call somebody like that a snowflake? No. You're a blade of grass. Like, the slightest wind or step bends you in half. He probably didn't like being called like a pseudo life coach. You insulted me. What? By saying that you're acting like a pseudo life coach? Really? Man, it must be really hard to go through life and to be that brittle. It must be very, very difficult. How did we never get a new Mask movie? Did you ever watch it? There's your answer. No, there were other Mask movies. What are you talking about? Wasn't there like a Son of Mask and other movies? There were other Mask movies. What do you mean? There were other Mask movies. I bet they want you to move on. Yeah. Son of Mask, it was terrible. Yeah. If you're just tuning in, we've been discussing the Halo Infinite release today. We will be doing a Halo Infinite live gameplay stream this afternoon once it's installable, which will be in about an hour. And we appreciate you being here. Hit subscribe if you'd like to talk in chat. Take our poll at the top of the chat. I am asking you to pick just one feature if you were able to add just one, and co-op is winning by a large margin. So thank you for being here. A lot of new folks. Thanks for smashing the like button and giving us 300 likes. We greatly appreciate it. Jim Carrey nowadays, ew, he's off the rails for sure. I don't think he's off the rails. I particularly enjoyed his episode of Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. A long beard and doing art, and I don't know. He seems to be really focusing on like self-awareness and just living a mentally stable life. I don't think he seems off the rails at all. Just because his beard is long and he, I don't know. Give us couch co-op? There's no co-op at all. Yeah, couch co-op's a challenge. Now, here's the thing. I actually want to speak to that. I do. Couch co-op is a completely different animal, because couch co-op basically has to render the game twice. Unless the technology has changed, it essentially has to render the game twice. Because the independent movement of two people, you're rendering completely different scenery and things happening. I may be looking at a bush and you're looking at a tree, and then we're swinging and shooting, and your gun's creating lens flare and damage in the game, and da-da-da-da-da-da. So the game has to be rendered twice, okay? So I would say that couch co-op on the current landscape, the old landscape of consoles, it is 100% understandable why couch co-op would be absent on those old consoles. It would be. Now, on the next-gen consoles, on the Xbox Series X, one would have hoped that they would have built the game and given some sort of an optimization like trick that when you go into co-op, maybe it turns certain things down to maintain the frames and the fidelity or whatever, right? But I have to be honest, knowing what we know about the technology and the consoles, I cannot ask a company making a game in 2021 to make couch console, possible on the old gen consoles. It just doesn't seem to be a fair or reasonable expectation. It makes a lot of sense, actually. It might not be possible because of the open world. Well, not just the open world, it's just in general. They're trying to make things look prettier and better. We're into the next gen, right? I played couch co-op since the PlayStation 1. Sure, but games are, and the technology of making games look awesome is. Oh, you're saying you haven't? Oh, okay. I was like, well, yeah, it was possible back then. Games were very different back then. Maybe couch co-op via game streaming with each instance running off its own processor. I don't know about that. Maybe. I mean, 720p and a 75 FOV would be perfectly fine for couch co-op. Right, like, if you're building this for the Xbox Series X, you couldn't come up with a simple little optimization trick like that, like scaling things down when you go into a co-op mode. Like, what in the frick? How is that not possible? You think everyone will still prioritize co-op after they've completed the campaign? Is the fact that we haven't played it skewing the vote? That's possible, Nova. If we do the same poll in 2 weeks, a lot of people will be like, yeah, well, there's no real point in adding co-op now. I played through the campaign. I succumbed to temptation. There are going to be people that try not to. There are going to be plenty of people that try not to. They're going to say, yeah, I'm going to try not to play. I don't want to play. I don't want to play. I don't want to play. And then they'll give in. They just won't be able to. They won't be able to resist. They won't be able to resist. It'll be too hard. Yeah, I don't know about cloud gaming being a solution. I really, really, truly don't. I don't. I think it could be a solution, but that would be an entire system and architecture that doesn't exist right now. A game with 2 cloud instances running on console, I don't know. Because you'd have to have the cloud instance running well, and then you'd have to have the other one running well, and they're both using the same internet connection. I don't know. That would just be kind of crazy. Because instance 1 is running on Xbox Series X and connecting to the internet to communicate with the person who's playing in the cloud, and the person playing on the cloud is also being displayed on the same Xbox Series X. I don't know. That sounds like that would be kind of tough to build. Give me 1 second. I want to run upstairs really, really quickly. I will be right back.
Oh, my son is so funny. He's either one extreme or the other. Like, he's either like anti-clothes or he loves fancy shirts, like really, really nice button-up shirts. Like when he was packing shirts for Thanksgiving, that's all his suitcase was full of, was like fancy shirts. He calls them fancy shirts. And he has a nice one on today. I was like, oh, you look nice, bud. He's like, thanks. And to this day, my kids, they will not call SpongeBob SquarePants. They don't call him SpongeBob. They call him Cheesy Guy because they think he looks like a block of cheese. So they call him Cheesy Guy. So he made Cheesy Guy and Patrick. So is Is platitudinous a word? I say platitudinous all the time. No, oh, it is. It is. I'm just spelling it wrong. Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure platitudinous is a word. You gave. You gave generic and unhelpful platitudinous advice to a stranger. I didn't appreciate it or accept it, and you got your feelings hurt, and I claimed I insulted you. You seemed a tad too sensitive for the internet. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. There you go. Platitudinous. So platitudinous is a remark or a statement used too often to be interesting or thoughtful. It's platitudinous to tell somebody, just get over it, just move on. It's platitudinous. It's used so often, it doesn't even mean anything. It's like when somebody says they're depressed or sad and you tell them to cheer up or be happy. It's platitudinous and unhelpful. It's super generic. So that, this guy on Twitter was just telling me to move on, and I told him that I didn't appreciate how many people were doing that. I expressed that it has been, psychologically therapeutic for me to go through my story and tell it. And I said all along the way, I've had to hear, very generic platitudinous advice from strangers who are waxing as if they're like pseudo life coaches or psychologists. And he got really upset and said I insulted him. And it's like, you're too sensitive for the internet, my friend. You're sitting here acting like you're some strong, resilient person telling me to move on. You don't seem strong at all. You seem very, you seem very sensitive. You seem like a baby, like a child. You know what I mean? Like, my daughter doesn't get her feelings hurt that much, and she's 8. It takes more effort to hurt my children's feelings when they're having a spat and one hurts the other's feelings. It's like, they're more resilient than you are. You're a grown man, and you are fragile. Never heard that word? Adding it to my vocab? Yeah. Generally, I use that word in those scenarios because it's like you're not saying anything. It's so platitudinous that you're not actually saying anything. You're speaking in platitudes. It's like just giving people bumper sticker advice. If somebody's very anxious and worried, you're like, don't worry, be happy. You're just a walking bumper sticker. You've not met them in their fear or anxiety or trauma. You're just saying something stupid and generic. You know what I mean? It isn't helpful. And sometimes people say it with good intentions, and it's helpful to educate them on how, that kind of platitudinous generic advice is unhelpful and sometimes irritating to the person receiving it, and you're just making things worse. In scenarios like this, it's just some passive guy trying to, puff out his chest and be like, you just got to get over it and be a man. And it's like, okay, well, I don't appreciate your advice. And then he falls to pieces. It's like, wow. Thanks, Lono. I speak 5 languages. It's always good to learn new words and enrich my vocabulary. Yeah, I speak one language as well as I can. Next time I see I'm getting by my car, I'll just walk up to them and say, "Move on." Yeah, hang in there. Tough it out. Yeah, just I don't know. It's like you're watching somebody do something that, you know, is hard for them or whatever, and you just insert yourself in the situation and give very generic advice. Just unfollow me on Twitter if you don't like seeing this sort of thing. If I may say, your story is also a good warning to stay away from those people. Right. Like, you know. And this is what happens, though, is like, he's following me on Twitter. And tell me you don't support me anymore by not saying it, though. Like, don't say that you don't support me anymore. Tell me in another way. Well, here's the best way to do it. Interact with a video that I put on Twitter and claim that that's all I talk about anymore. It's like, okay, cool. I do 2-3 hour shows Monday through Friday about gaming. I've covered Cyberpunk, Halo, New World, you know, Elden Ring. You know, even my Presents channel only gets 1 episode of that a week. It's like there's a monsoon of content in comparison to how often we delve into this. But again, he doesn't support me anymore. He doesn't engage with my content. He's following me on Twitter, and he gets all in a tiff because he sees a couple of videos from me that he doesn't like. Again, he's just too sensitive for the internet. Like, you're too brittle, my friend. Go hang out in a soft room with blocks. Reaper with 9 months. Thanks for all the hard work, man. Really appreciate the high quality content. Thank you, Reaper. What time is Infinite releasing? In 45 minutes. Doesn't know you have 2 channels? Yeah. Why are we talking about this? Because I want to? No longer going to support you because of that sweater. I've always thought you were a hoodie guy. Yeah. I can boot up my Xbox and I can show you right now what's going on. Hang on, I gotta change inputs on my monitor. Okay. So, just gonna show you guys. No, that's not right. Main. Oh, that is right. Cap card. There we go. Okay, so we're getting sound as well. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's fine. Read all of my joke or none of it? I didn't see it as a joke. You said like 2 different things. So if I click on campaign, it brings me here. Right? It brings me there. I don't know why it says offline up in the corner. How am I offline? I'm clearly not offline. I just accessed the store. So even if you come down here, Halo Infinite, according to this, Halo Infinite campaign. So I go here, right? And it says manage. Oh, it's quick resume, so it's showing me offline. Yeah, see right here. Halo Infinite, the base game is installed 25.9 gig. So that's not the full game. Like, there's going to be more added. So that's what happens if you try to get into the game right now. Like, that's basically what it is. The general consensus on 12 minutes. Yeah, sadly, we haven't heard good things. That 12 minutes looked like it was going to be pretty cool and revolutionary, and you know, I don't know.
Not there yet. I deleted and started the reinstall, and it's still 25.9 gig. Yeah. Check the store on Infinite. Okay, I'll load the game up here. What's 12 minutes? It was like a top-down mystery game where you were like trying to solve a crime, and you kept having to relive the same 12 minutes in order to figure it out. Halo Infinite will suck. LOL. I'm imagining you want like some kind of a reaction or like, I don't know. Why did you say that, man? It's gonna be good. Like, is that what you wanted? I don't know. I guess Merry Christmas. That's my Christmas present to you. Like, you really, really hoped to get something out of saying that. I can finally download Final Fantasy Online. Square Enix software token didn't work, so I download Google Authenticator. Well, that is uniquely good for you. Okay. So here's the store. Oh golly, my camera is a little much right now, isn't it? Let's trim down here. Let's trim down here. There we go. Okay, so we've got Daisy Delights with a teddy bear and a daisy. I'm actually glad it's called Daisy Delights because when Paul put that in the Discord last night, I literally used, this can be our table right there. I literally used the Doc Holiday, isn't that a daisy gif? I'm actually really glad that it's a daisy. It makes my gift so much better. Thanks, Mama. I just was upstairs. What is that? What do you mean just standing? What? Pushing stuff? All right. Special delivery. Here's a yellow visor. And it works on the Mark 7, right? Or is it called the Mark 7? So yeah, I have a question about this. Like, okay, so this yellow visor, is this for any helmet or is it literally just that helmet? And where does it tell me that? So it is legendary visor, and it says Mark 7. Is Mark 7 the name of the legendary visor or the core that it goes on? The daisy thing was real? Yes. Mark 7 only. Just do the Halo fans see how like this is worthy of criticism? That doesn't say that very clearly at all. It doesn't say that. It just says legendary visor Mark 7. It could be very easy for somebody. It's named Legend. Well, this is just unfortunately named. I thought Legend was like, okay. Okay, you're right. Okay, so Tahuna Sands, epic armor coating for the Mark 7. Well, I'm telling you, it's not an oversight. This has to be a corporate level decision. That's the only reason it would be this dumb. This has to be a corporate level decision. This cannot be. This cannot be what they thought was the right choice. Golly, it's slow right now. Oh, so then you unlock these other... Oh, okay. It's baked in and calculated. Equipping, please wait. There we go. I don't have anything else. Okay, so I can at least look like that. Is it Little Jimmy in the art department at 343? No, but it's somebody at 343. That's what I'm saying. These are corporate high-up level decisions to have a micro store structured in this way. Somebody somewhere was like, basically asked for this. You know what I mean? Like, who asked for this design? I'd love an entire history of the world according to Lono. I don't know why you would want that. I don't know why you would want that from me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. History of the World by Lono? I don't know about that. That would be such a hard project to do. You know? Microsoft spent a fortune on this, and they got to make their bank back somehow. Didn't Division bring some sort of microtransaction experts to their cosmetic shop? I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Remember about a year ago, they had postings for psychologists and people in tune with Battle Pass progression and holding on to players. It's 343. Right, but let's break that down for a minute, Eugene. I don't think that this is designed in a way that will yield that. Now, I could be ignorant here, so this could be me completely off in left field and missing the mark. But let me flesh this out. I think a system like this is confusing on the front end, which doesn't turn into conversions, okay? I think Bungie's Eververse store in its inception in D2 was also equally confusing, and it's significantly better now and has probably led to significantly more conversions and purchases. So at a ground level, I think when a storefront is confusing and fragmented like this, it doesn't lead to conversions because it's hard to have confidence, right? The second thing I think is that even the conversions they get are likely to be frustrated conversions because they're going to realize, I just bought a visor and an armor coating that I can only use on one armor set. So now the consumer feels angry and betrayed. This is a short road to very, very little good, long-standing, ongoing conversions. You're not going to get whales from this. You're not going to get good micro spending from this. You're going to have irritated conversions or none because people are too confused, right? Green screen for this? I don't know if we'll go green screen or not. Depends on the HUD. Like, I can't help but look at this and think that even if you think the Halo Infinite store is built to make a ton of money, it's not even built very well to do that. It isn't. It seems to me to be completely counterintuitive, antithetical to conversions. I think it was their preferred approach because let's get money via confusion versus a healthy store for a community that didn't want one to begin with. Were there no microtransactions? Is there not a storefront in the Master Chief Collection? Is there not one in the Master Chief Collection? Is this the first time they've ever done something like this? People on defending microtransactions in games using psychologists to figure out how to get more money out of their money these days. Step on my mental state harder. Depends. What if you're banking on the frustration of the battle pass to drive purchases? Right, but I like I said, I can't see somebody buying a visor or an armor coating, coming and having the realization after the fact that this only applies to this armor set, and that not turning them into an angry consumer. Angry consumers are good when they're passionate and invested and giving you feedback, and that's where their anger is coming from. Angry consumers aren't good if their anger is driven by a microtransaction they feel was unfair or unjust. Okay, there was no store in the Master Chief Collection. Okay. This is the same as single-use shaders was, but expensive, right? Single-use shaders. Yeah, because didn't you have to keep buying them or whatever if you wanted more shaders? Yeah, that was so freaking weird. Game has not earned my dollar, is how I looked at it, says Ashen. And now they have a hole that they've got to dig out of first to even get there. You could only hit buy on games. If you only had Halo Combat Evolved, it would let you hit buy for the rest of the games. Okay. Single-use shaders were still free. You weren't buying them. They sold shaders in the Eververse, I thought, back then. Didn't they, Eugene? Bungie did that to me, though. I bought an ornament set thinking it applied to all my Guardians. It did not. It was one Guardian, my Hunter. Never bought anything from that store again. With respect, I don't want to insult you, but that's on you. It very clearly says you're buying a Hunter or a Warlock set. I am open to being wrong on this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I am fairly certain it says in very clear terms that you are buying a Hunter set, a Warlock set. I struggle to sympathize with that mistake. I feel that's more on you. I have zero problem taking chunks out of Bungie if there's a reason to. No, that's on you, brother. I hate to tell you, that one's on you. Listen, as somebody who is notorious for misreading stuff and misfiring, I try to own that when it happens and just kind of laugh at myself. I can't imagine being like, I'm never buying anything from Bungie again because I failed to read my monitor. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not gonna lie, the poor UI of the shader system, I like the earnable shader system. They're not piling that bad, Mantis. That was a very light pile. Come on. That was like a pillow fight. That wasn't people dogpiling. That was a couple drive-by pillow fight hits. You're okay. You'll be all right. I don't dislike earning shaders, Robert. I don't have an issue with that. Right? I don't have an issue with that. It's not about that. It's about buying a shader. I'm sorry, buying a coding that is only applicable to that armor set. And I think the UI doesn't make that very clear. I don't think it makes it very clear. Hang on. There. Like, going to this visor in this pack, and it says Legendary Visor, and then it has Mark 7 on there. Until I buy one, I don't actually know that means it only works on the Mark 7. That could mean, hey, we're showing it to you what it looks like on the Mark 7. It could mean, this is one of the ones you can unlock for the Mark 7. Like, I don't know what that means. It just says Legendary Visor Mark 7. Now, sure, you might say, well, somebody should just know that that's what it means. You're buying a visor for the Mark 7. Okay. But again, the worry would be that's not very clear communication, and any amount of confusion that leads to frustration will definitely hurt your loyalty in your return purchases. 100%. Hey, it might be okay if you couldn't mix and match the armor. Oh, you don't think you should be able to mix and match the armor? Why is that? Why is that? Is he saying you should be able to mix and match? Is that what he's saying? Did I misread or did he mistype? Or both? I don't know. Halo 5, if I bought a visor, it worked on all helmets, no questions asked. That's rough. That's rough to have that in the previous game. All right, hang on. I got to schedule the next stream. You were able to mix and match the armor in Halo Reach. Hang on. Let me make sure that's still being... Let me see, that's still the term. The idea of armor cores is maybe the worst concept I've ever seen for microtransaction, especially in a classless game. Yeah. It seems very, very weird. It seems very, very weird. Let's see here. Do that.
Okay. Wait. I wish I could do this faster. There's just no fast way to do setting up the next stream. Like I make everything and type everything ahead of time, and it still is a bit of a trip to sit here and do this. Gameplay. Oh shoot. What did I just do? Okay. Oh. Well, they fixed that glitch. Today at 1:15. Go to mix and match the armor. Armor is based on a base system of Mjolnir. The only time I'd limit it if you're changing marks, for example. All right, let me make sure my redirect works. If you're just tuning in, we are waiting in about 20 minutes. I will be able to install the game. We will probably do a redirect and just sit on that install screen. It'll be a rough start for that stream a little bit, but at the very least, we'll be in and ready to rock and roll as soon as the game finishes installing. Did it put us in the right thing? Okay, cool. All right, switch back to this, that, and the other. Okay. You can't download the single-player campaign, Kareem, not for another 20 minutes. It's not out yet? No. Sketch made that very clear on Twitter yesterday. There is no preload. There is no preload for... There is no preload for the campaign. I don't see a mechanical need for multiple armor core sets in the game. It's definitely for monetization purposes. It provides other purposes of the game. Imagine releasing a game in 2021 without preload. There was a game. What was the other game recently that didn't have preload? What was that? What was it? There was something that launched that didn't have preload, and it was really surprising. Is it Outriders? What did you think of my creation? What creation are you talking about?
Well, the Halo Infinite multiplayer didn't have preload because it was supposed to be this big announcement. I'm not counting that. Demon Souls creation for you? I don't know what you're talking about. Where did you put it, Digita comment? Oh, it's in the VIP lounge. Yeah, I'm not. Hang on a second. What do you mean? What did I think? I responded. I'm the first person to comment. It's horrifying. Your creation is horrifying. That was my response. If you guys are tuning in for Halo Infinite live gameplay, we will be doing that here shortly. We will be redirecting to that stream. Is there a clear divide on what you can earn in Halo versus what you have to buy? I don't think you can dissense that. No, Robert. Someone said the campaign doesn't have preload because it's considered a DLC technically. I can't confirm it, so don't at me. Yeah, I don't know. If you guys are new and just tuning in for the first time, we did a talk show this morning about all of our expectations. We did some Q&A with the audience, some back and forth about the absent features. There's a poll at the top of the chat where co-op is very much winning with over 1,000 votes. That was a very, very good performing poll. Asking people, hey, if you could push a button, which of these missing features would you add first? Not a matter of, like, I know you want all of them likely, but this is just a way to get to, like, the heart of, like, what do people want added most. Or, like, first. I want this first. There are no urns in Halo, so yes, there's a clear divide. No urns aside from the Battle Pass. Right, okay, there you go. So you don't earn cosmetics in this. You get some on the you unlock them on the Battle Pass, which is earning. But anything outside the Battle Pass is not earnable, it's purchasable. And that's fine. I'm okay with a free-to-play multiplayer game having a bunch of cosmetics that cannot be earned. I'm totally okay with that. You're going too far, though. Like he says in that one movie, never go full. Never go full Battle Pass. You know, never go full microtransaction. Like, don't go full microtransaction on us here. This is too much. It's one thing to say, it's a free-to-play game. We're going to subsidize the game with purchase-only vanity items. No one has a problem with that. But then you're like, oh, by the way, this individual visor color, this individual armor coating only works on this one armor core. Now you've gone too far. You're out of bounds now. Like, everyone's throwing a flag on the field. They're like, what in the world? When you say Fortnite free unlocks, what are you referring to, Eugene? The stuff on the pass or something else? You talking about the stuff on the actual like Fortnite Battle Pass, or are there other things you can earn in Fortnite for free? Oh, the free Battle Pass. Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so they're doing that, and that's the market. That's the market standard. They have a battle pass with items that are earnable that you don't have to worry about spending a dime on. Sure. I don't get the sports comparisons. Can you change it to food? No. Typing in all caps and says, "Hey, Dip. Hi." Apex has free loot boxes that contain currency to craft the cosmetics you want. Well, that's the thing, Respect Genesis. You're like, oh, compare Halo's Battle Pass to Fortnite's. You'll see how much 343 is trying to milk us. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. The Fortnite Battle Pass and store, and the Apex Battle Pass and store, they generate tons of money. Why wouldn't you just copy what they did? You know what I'm saying? It's so weird. It's like look at the fast food burger joint model, okay? And you're going to start your own fast food burger joint, but you think that it's going to be a good idea to charge for each individual fry and condiment, and people are going to be like, wait a minute, what are you doing? All these other places, you just get those things with the meal, or you just get those things automatically. You're not even hitting the base level expectation that the market has for a fast food burger joint. These other models are incredibly successful. Why wouldn't you just mimic them? What in the world are you doing? Yeah, this is from 80s Tees, yes. In 9 minutes, we'll be able to install this game. Fortnite earned the right. It was completely free, very minimal microtransactions, and they added as they gained community trust and praise. Well, here's the thing. I think that's analogous to the Master Chief Collection having a battle pass, receiving tons of good praise and feedback from the community. They have, I believe Halo has earned the right to do this, and then they just did it really poorly. It would have been like Fortnite slowly doing all of that, and then being like, here's Fortnite 2 or something, the sequel to Fortnite, or here's a new season in Fortnite, and they completely jettison everything they've learned and benefited from. It doesn't make any sense. It is truly baffling. It's like, it's not like this is their first rodeo. This isn't their first battle pass. This isn't their first attempt at having earnable. Well, I guess it's their first attempt at a store. So I guess that's. Master Chief Collection didn't have a store, so I don't think I'm making a fair comparison. That's a bit of a false equivalency. So I have to take some of that back. The progression and the structure of the Battle Pass, yes, they deserve criticism for it because it's not their first outing. But as far as a microtransaction store, don't tell me, oh, it's our first effort and it's not very good. All you had to do was mimic what massively successful titles are doing right now. Fortnite, Apex, Call of Duty, Destiny. Like, I paid $10 for a single Fortnite Battle Pass a long time ago and have gotten every other since off the single investment. Fortnite did it extremely well. Yep. You get tons of value, and all the other kids that are whales, they don't care. Like, it works. I'm just saying they had community trust before trying to blatantly monetize the game. I see that point, Eugene, and here's where I differ a little bit on maybe being like, you're not saying this, but I could see somebody concluding from your premise that until you've earned the player's trust, you don't have a right to monetize the game to this degree. The reason that I don't agree with that conclusion, you may not be coming to that conclusion, but I think people might come to that conclusion based on your premise and your starting points. The reason I would push back on that is I would say it's pretty much an established thing now in the industry that if you're going to get to play a game for free, it's going to come with all that monetization baked in. It doesn't feel out of turn. It doesn't feel out of turn. It's free to play game. Nobody cried foul when Apex baked in micros pretty quickly, or Warzone. No, because it's free to play game. You know, yeah. This is the industry standard now. I mean, you're gonna launch a free to play game. They got to make money somehow. They're going to bake in micros. I don't think it's out of turn. I don't. I think they should have been more cautious. Maybe let's take your starting point, your premise, and let's say that they should have been significantly more cautious, given what you've said. No, they haven't established the trust yet. You'll use my code Lono. Thank you, Matanagi. Yeah, if you guys ever like the t-shirts that I'm wearing, they always come from 80s Tees, and you can use code Lono for 30% off. What time does Halo come out? In 5 minutes, you should be able to install it if you're on Game Pass or if you paid for it, or if you have the disc in your house and you want to break it over your knee. Because it's no use to you, basically. Was the business model of the last two Halos so bad they have to change? I got a noti from Game Pass to remote install it. Okay, hang on. I don't know. I'm loading up the game now. I saw a video that said their theory was 343 started big and expensive to see what their community would put up with. I don't know. I mean, I could certainly see a world where they slowly start walking back the prices in the structure, and then everybody's going to throw confetti in the air and be like, "Thank you, 343, for making the store not terrible." Mine's downloading through the Game Pass app. How do you do that? I don't have a Game Pass app. How do you, I've never done that before. Oh, it's a mobile app? Go on your phone. Okay. By the time I freaking log into this, by the time I go through two-factor and log into this, it's going to be 1 o'clock anyway, and I should just be able to do it in the game. Just try it on your phone and it gave you an error. Manage game and add-ons. Yeah. Nothing. This is going to be one of those times where I wonder if you have to like reset your entire Xbox to get it to proc the update. Don't allow. Already a member, sign in. I'm just going to do this just in case the actual Xbox is slow. Do it. Surprised so many feel co-op is needed first. It's a big feature, Pugs. It's a big feature for a lot of people. It's typically how they experience the game for the first time. They play with their spouse, significant other, their brother, sister. Oh, for frick's sake. There aren't many people playing co-op these days. The poll seems to indicate the exact opposite. Play later. Halo Infinite perks. Yeah, where did you go? I'm not seeing anything. Install 2. Didn't find any devices. Get help on info and setting up your devices. Yeah, I can't do remote installation. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock on the nose, and I'm not getting an update when the game opens. If you're just tuning in, we're trying to figure out how to get this going. Update is live. How does it update? Does it update in the game, or does it update? Do I have to like do the whole Xbox restart thing? Go to My Games and Apps. Okay. Four gig update. All right, let's get a redirect going. Because thank goodness my internet speed is good and fast right now. All right, here's what we're gonna do. It's called a redirect. All right, it's called a redirect. Wait, that's the wrong video. Okay. Hit all Xbox kills. Yeah, I had 300 down, then just all of a sudden came to a screeching halt. Okay. Let's put that there. The redirect should bring you with me to the new stream. The reason we do 2 streams is we want the next stream to like not be super duper long. And to be its own thing. It's a gameplay stream, like, if that makes sense. So let me try something here. Can I edit? There we go. I'm editing the start time. We feel like the start time sometimes affects the redirect. So, there we go. 1 p.m. All right, let me make sure redirect is working. Okay, it is. Let me go into analytics here. Game Pass app says 60 gig. You guys think I should go green screen or non-green screen for this? I feel like we should go green screen. Okay. Filters. Okay. Campaign's another 15 gig? What? Yeah, if you have Game Pass, you'll be able to play the campaign, yes. Download. Oh my gosh, you were, oh my word. All right. Hang on. What a bait and switch. Yeah, I have to do it in-game, which slows down download. Is it happening outside in the queue too? Let me see. All right, that'll help us with speed. Closing helps with the speed. We were getting like 100 meg down, and now we're getting much more. The update was much smaller than the in-game install needed. Yeah, it's such a weird way to do it. Close any quick resume games too. Is there a list of those somewhere? Like Splitgate doesn't have quit on it, so I'm pretty sure I always force quit games. I don't think I have anything left to quit. This should be done as it says in 7 minutes. This is like when a publisher has a showcase and they put a countdown to the countdown. Yeah. Yeah, just a bit. Free bashing time. Yeah. All right, so we'll redirect to a gameplay stream in just a moment here. I know people are going to potentially want to avoid spoilers and stuff, and that's fine. Bit ridiculous having to wait for another download. It's not necessarily ridiculous. It's just this would have been fine. This would have been a perfectly good time for, you know, them to let people do, you know, preload. That's why preload is so good, and so, you know, people love it. Another 15 gig after the 25. Wait, are you joking? Please tell me you're joking. There's not like an update after this, is there? We have an update for the first update, and then after that update, we have another update for both of those updates. So it's going to be another update. You want someone to jump in with you so we can co-op? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Mr. Polar Bear is joking. Come on, Mr. Polar Bear. Don't play with our emotions. If you're just tuning in, we're about to jump into the gameplay. Halo Infinite live gameplay. We will redirect to another stream, though. This stream is nearing 4 hours, and we don't like having super long streams, but we didn't really have much of a choice today. So, an award-winning samurai game is going free to play on Friday. I'll never get why they didn't just let people preload the game. It's weird because I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, if I'm going to speculate, the initial update that they sent that was like 4 gig, that one they probably could have pushed out because that was something that Xbox could have allowed them to do. It's the second one that was done in a really odd way. The update was triggered inside the game. I went in the game and said, yeah, install the campaign. And so because they couched it in that way, there's probably not a method that allows, you know, Xbox to like push that update out or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's too technical. Not out on Steam. Joe is saying there was 2 updates for PC. Maybe you just need to reboot Steam. I don't know. Unless Joe used the Game Pass app to update, which would be separate from Steam. Oh, yeah, so Joe's using the Game Pass on PC. So, yeah, Steam seems like... Yeah, Diego's saying, is anyone already downloading via Steam? I don't think we've had anybody say that Steam is working yet. It's an Xbox exclusive for the next 10 minutes. Yes. Yes. All right, let me get this tweet ready. When we get down to the final minute, I'm going to switch. The right address, wait, right URL, it is. Okay, that's good news, creature. I had to turn off your stream for more connection. That's fine. That's fine. May the gods of the internet be with you, sir. All right, when we get to the final minute here, I'm going to redirect us. I'm going to give you guys... Oops.
Hang on a minute. Let me retract that. There we go. That's where we're going. Let me pin the message at the top. Let me hit Discord with an announcement. Okay. Hey, thanks for clicking on the video. Finishing up here the install of Halo Infinite and diving into campaign gameplay. So if you want to see the first hour or 2 hours of gameplay, that's what this video is going to do for you. We do talk shows weekly in the morning and gameplay in the afternoons on this channel. So hit subscribe and the bell button if you want more coverage of games like Halo and others. I appreciate you clicking on the video and my channel. And then I will bring everybody over as a redirect from this morning's stream.